success in a different language that like boggles my mind. It's not the guy that did the crazy thing and made it work by being kind of shitty. It's the guy that replicated it and then managed to obtain similar levels of success that boggles my mind. Two seconds. I'm going to go put the record player away. A4 like paper? Huh. Here's the thing. This might shock you, Mini Monster. My real name isn't Blind. My name is Gregory. Just like I don't think your name's Mini Monster, okay? We all have handles. Sup, Boomba? Speaking of handles, I'm gonna go put this record away. Give me a second. And Mr. Beast's last name isn't Beast. You know? Oh, sorry. I'll call you Handlebars then. Does that work? His last name isn't really Beast. Yeah. Surname isn't IRL. Nope. My parents didn't hate me that much. 341 million subs. Yep. And most of them are children. Like, here's like the fucked up thing about Mr. Beast is like, people above the age of like 22, 23 barely know who Mr. Beast is. Like, we just kind of like acknowledge that he's a thing that exists and just move on with our days generally. Whereas amongst children, he's genuinely like one of the most important like figures just in media. Yeah. Butthead's first name is Butthead. You know, I've never seen more than like a gif of Beavis and Butthead and the occasional like 10-second clip. I mean, I will say this. Mr. Beast's videos are about as serious as the Learning Channel. Yes, you are correct, Mini Monster. Yeah, you don't need to, like, legal first name. We're talking about YouTubers here, right? You don't need to be like, this is his legal first name and his legal last name. Should I go back to the earlier jokes of, now, what's his mother's maiden name and his credit card number and his address? Please don't. I know what you're saying. I'm just over here making jokes. So is that Mr. Beast with overdub? I wouldn't even want to click that. Like, are they overdubbing it or are they subtitling it? Is more serious than the History Channel after 10 p.m.? I would say it's pretty comparable, actually. It's probably a pretty similar level of budget. Mr. Beast certainly gets more traffic than the History Channel does. Regardless of the time of day. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of reality TV slop that's worse than that. I don't even know what was on the TV that day, but New Year's Eve, I went to the pub for a little bit. And they had one of the TVs in the pub that I go to was just playing CTV, and I don't know I know it was a reality show. I don't know what reality show it was, but it was just like random fully clothed dudes wandering out and then lap dancing on scantily clad ladies in bathing suits. And it went on for like 30 minutes until I pointed it out to one of the waitresses. I'm like, what the fuck's on the TV? And she's like, wow, CTV gets weird after like 11 o'clock. Okay, hold on a second. I should just like change the channel. But there's some like schlop on even like not fringe TV channels. So I don't know. To me, like Mr. Beast, he's not a good person to work for, allegedly. He's got some shitty friends. He seems kind of like a shitty person. But the actual content he puts out is about the same level of quality as most, like, reality nonsense. It's like cable reality TV is basically what he is. He runs a cable reality TV production company that runs shitty game shows, and most of them are rigged. Like it is nonsense bullshit entertainment for children. I used to watch Fear Factor with Joe Rogan, which I only just learned that was Joe Rogan like a couple of months ago. So, because I hadn't thought about or watched Fear Factor in, I don't know, decades. And then I mentioned the metal band Fear Factory, and chat thought I was talking about the TV show Fear Factor, which I wasn't. And then, you know. I just remember a girl crawling into a coffin full of cockroaches. That's literally all I remember. Sure. And also, like, people, like, sticking their hands into, like... It was, like, Saw sans Gore, the TV show. I just... Man. The only TV show from, I think, that era of TV slop... Ew, bugs! Commercial break, pretty much. Poor bugs, man. The poor bugs. Yeah, the only TV show from that era of, like, direct TV slop that I truly miss is, which I now confuse with the Linus Tech Tips show for, like, aping the name practically, which was Junkyard Wars. You know, Fear Factor probably helped a lot of people's phobia of, like, insects they shouldn't be afraid of. But yeah, Junkyard Wars, fucking genuinely great show, because it was also, like, quietly edutainment. Either version. Like, they're both okay. Like, they're both good. Like, the British version's good, and the Henry Rollins version is also good. I was watching Junkyard Wars on YouTube, and it's exactly the same as, like, watching Kitchen Nightmares on YouTube, where it's like there's the UK version and then the English version, like, right next to each other, and so you're like, boop, I'll watch this, now I'll watch that. They even exist? Here's the thing. There's a difference between being like, okay, there's a spider there. I'm going to leave it at a 10-foot distance and then go grab my friend who's less scared of them to go grab a jar and catch it. And then running around in circles with your hands in the air squealing for no fucking reason. There's a difference between, like, having a cautious, I'm going to keep a safe distance from this thing, and actively just murdering it in cold blood for no reason. You know? Just saying. Then you should not live in Africa. Or JJ, you live on the wrong continent. Might I suggest, like, Alaska or somewhere cold? Maybe, like, the Yukon? Go far north, where they all die in the winter. The Colony from Discovery Channel is also a good watch. No idea what that is. Yeah, don't move to the desert. Like, scorpions are a creature that I would say it's, like, legitimate to be afraid of a scorpion, right? But, like, here we have orb weavers. I've seen people scream and smack orb weavers for no reason while they're outside. It's like, they catch mosquitoes, you fuck. The hell's wrong with you? Especially if they're outside. I used to work with this one girl years ago at my old job. And if she saw a moth, she would lose her fucking marbles. Like, a moth was like the equivalent of, like, a dude with a machete running at her. Like, completely covered in the last person he just finished stabbing in front of her's blood. Like, Jason Voorhees is literally running directly at her if she sees a moth. Like, it was just, like, spontaneous, like, screeching. It's like, what are you even doing? This is what I mean by people. Like, Fear Factor, I think, negatively impacted some young people's ability to maintain collective calmness. Oh, yeah, no, I've walked into plenty of orb weavers' webs in my life, hire for hired. But, like, you know, I'm moving out of this apartment in less than a month. Holy shit. And for the 10 years I've lived here, every summer, the orb weavers basically make a screen door across my sliding glass door. And yeah, I have to duck under it when I walk out, but I know it's there. Like, I know it's there, so I just, you know, duck under it and kind of take a look at it. It's maybe if you're, like, obliviously wandering around, sure. It's not like those spiders in Vietnam that have webs that are so tough they'll take you off a bicycle. Like those giant orb weavers, where you're just like, you know, you're riding your electric scooter down the side of the road and then boing, you just go flying backwards because you got clotheslined by a goddamn spider web. There's a secret to this. Turn the lights off. And then turn a light on outside and they leave. Your friend encounter... She wasn't my friend. This was I couldn't even remember her name. It was just a person that I worked with in the evening shift sometimes. I didn't have friends at any of the jobs I've ever been at. I was all... Back when I had jobs, I was the guy who would go to jobs who wasn't there to make friends, wasn't there to socialize or talk to anybody. I was there to get my job done, which means nobody liked me, but management loved me. So, yeah, I was always kind of a dick to work with in that way. Even the more dangerous bugs will usually chill if you leave them alone. So there's a YouTube channel I watched named Post 10. He's kind of my... He's one of like 3 channels who just uploads a lot, who uploads very chill, low-key videos that I just have on a second monitor while I'm editing. The YouTube delay is so bad. The YouTube delay is pretty something, Zubob. I mean, I see you writing down there, but I'm talking with the Twitch chat because there's people talking in the Twitch chat. There isn't anybody in the YouTube chat just yet, just you. I usually look down at the YouTube chat after it's been up for about 10 minutes, but it's about a minute or so for most people from what I can tell. Anyway, people are a dick. Reasonable people are a dick to work with. The first time I see that wait, what? No, I said I'm a dick to work with. I know. What do you mean reasonable people are a dick to work with? I'm confused. But anyway, as far as more dangerous bugs go, in Post 10, the YouTuber Post 10, he clears out drains a lot. Oh, I see what you're saying. Your statement bounced off my head the first time. It's like 45 seconds behind Twitch for you. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's funny because like I have the fast, like the minimal delay thing turned on. Anyway, what was I saying? Right, so Post 10, he clears drains, like in the wilderness. It's one of the things he does. He goes into like up logging roads and like goes down into like drainage culverts and like clears beaver dams and shit so that roads don't flood. He's like just a very vibey, lots of loud water sounds and occasionally, whoa, that was a big log, holy shit. And he steps back, God, there's leeches on me, kind of shit. It's, I don't know. I like Post 10's videos, but he's constantly just like, well, I'm in this tunnel in like 3 feet of water, and right above me is like 100 black widows. He's like, well, just don't squish them. This is basically just his statement. He's like, yeah, just don't squish them, and they won't bite you. It's fine. Just walk slowly and carefully. I just don't want to touch them. Don't want to get them on me. It's like, yeah, that's seems about right. Because like that's the reality of it. Doesn't matter what the bug is, just don't let it touch you. Don't give it any reason to jump on you. Well, the biggest problem, Zubob, with YouTube is the way its player works is actually better on lower internet connections because it's got a much bigger buffer zone. The issue with that is you can have some people that have a 2-second delay, and you can have some people that have a 30-second delay. You can have some people that have a 2-minute delay. you've been watching him since before he did his tunnel campouts. The first video I saw of his, I was actually looking at his channel the other day. The first video of post 10s that I saw was the highway clearing video, which was like, I think early 2020. So like 5 years ago now. It was just massive whirlpool on freeway clearing video. It's like 28 minutes long or something. It's got like 15 million views now. So around whenever that happened was when I started watching him. I'm not gonna pretend that like, oh, I was there from the beginning, because I certainly wasn't, but. And then he got on the news like the next week. Those were the things I remember was, I remember him uploading that video and then him complaining that a local news station stole his video, and then him, well, used the video without his permission rather, and then him getting on that news station and getting credited for it. And now he like puts a watermark on all of his videos. It's a big lockdown watch for you. It was like, holy shit, people can still go outside, was kind of how I was feeling about it. Tiny Hippo. Your name reminds me of Spy Kids 3, by the way. Wait, no, Spy Kids 2, not Spy Kids 3. Spy Kids 2. Your name reminds me of Spy Kids 2, Tiny Hippo. He'll randomly show up in your feed once in a while. You just like watching him kill your culverts and his explanations. I don't know. I like his camping videos and his weird like wilderness survival videos too, or not wilderness. His weird wilderness exploration videos too. Like he does things that I wish I could do. Like he has a life that I wanted when I was 15, which is just I'm gonna go out into the wilderness and just like explore shit in a truck, cause like that was or maybe not a truck necessarily, but like something that can go off road, cause that was what I grew up wanting to do, and that was where like the kind of area I lived in growing up was the middle of nowhere with nothing around me. I mean, realistically, we were 30 minutes away from the nearest like dense thing of population in a car, but for a kid who just has a bicycle, we were pretty much in the middle of nowhere. And I could like hike up to I could hike up to Alpine Meadows in like 40 minutes from where I grew up, starting in my backyard. So I grew up at pretty high altitude, kind of in the middle of nowhere, close to a lot of old logging roads, a weird old monastery and graveyard, and went on a lot of hikes late at night, and I would go camping by just like collecting my gear and then just leaving and telling my mom I was gonna go stay the night at my friend's house, and then me and my friend would just walk into the fucking forest. Like I did that kind of shit a lot when I was little. So like I watch people like Post 10 and like watching his videos because it's like, that's what I wanted to do for fun as an adult. And here I am just like disabled, can't drive. I'm stuck in cities. Will be stuck in cities for the rest of my life. Is it already sold out? What? That shouldn't be listed as sold out. Excuse me. I don't think I've sold a single one. So maybe there's a box checked wrong on that. Let me check. No, it's not sold out. Here, let me try this. It should just be everyone with link has access. Try this. Because I had to submit it, because once it's been archived and sold out, I have to make a new listing for it. So I made a new listing for it. It's just hidden, that's all. What's up, Muffin in YouTube chat? And Vakrak, how are you? Happy New Year, because I don't think I saw you yesterday, so. Hope you had the good holidays. If you celebrate, that is. He lived on the moon? I mean, it is a known fact that Canada is on the moon. Sock account. It is a known fact. Your Gore-Tusk mug is still in its package. I think you might have too many of my mugs. If you're like, if you're just like doing what I do with hard drives, where you buy a hard drive or where I buy a hard drive. I don't know if you buy a hard drive, but where I buy a hard drive and it's still in the box 6 months later, and I'm like, I'll need that eventually. Maybe you have too many of my mugs. just a thought. Okay, so I might have my favorite chat. I might have my favorite comment on the Gortusk video. This is from 2013 Arcturus, and they say, Dwarf Fortress is basically if Vault-Tec existed in the Snow White universe. With, I presume, the players being management, right? Yeah, Snow White. Well, I mean, you start off with 7 dwarves. You start with 7 dwarves for a reason. Although, we don't have poisonous apples, though. We just need murder apples. This is just Blind goes through his comments section on YouTube. Somebody else says, this comes from Joshua, and they say, in the night, or this is a quote from the video, I let ghosts destroy my fortress. In the night, in 1,000 years, stories will be told of this creature. At least, I like to think so. By the way, do you like my giant collection of turkeys? And then their actual comment is, that has so much chaotic golden retriever energy, and I'm here for it. Apparently, I'm a chaotic golden retriever. I don't know how I feel about that, but definitely need murder apples. Definitely need murder apples. I mean, I could probably murder somebody with an apple, but that's not quite the same as a murder apple. It was an amazing watch. Well, you come here often enough that I recognize. I recognize your name, Ultimate. So, you know, it's often enough. Funny, informative, entertaining the whole way through. Very, very spooky. Thank you. Don't forget to leave a comment on the video and a like. Because it had a really good first day. It's slowed down a lot now, but now it's just kind of doing its thing. So I kind of, like, I've said this a number of times. In order for those videos to be worth making, they have to get 100,000 views, basically. Otherwise, it's like you're just kind of putting stuff into the treadmill. In order for them to actually be growing, that's how well they have to do, and it's kind of not an impossibility, but it's a lot. Adventure mode running around. You know, I've been thinking about 3 different things for adventure mode. Only biting, only strangling, and only biting, only kicking are 2 that I've thought about. Is just like have maximum kicking skill or maximum biting skill. Just like find a sleeping goblin and just start kicking him until you hit legendary, and then just walk around kicking things so they explode. Would be very entertaining. And I've also been thinking about just, you know, doing a biting build where you just bite people, and then also a throwing build where you just walk around and throw shit at people. Because all of those would just like involve standing next to a sleeping goblin and just repeating the action until you hit legendary, and then just walk around and just implode people. Would be kind of amazing. The other thing that I was thinking about doing is just basically playing as a character with like 100 gremlins following him around, which would be pretty easy to do if you start as a peasant. Also, check this out. That's a satisfying number. Football, please. Or more foothead. Ripping parts off is so much fun. It's great until you realize you have 3 fingers in your mouth. Woo! That's a lot of 7s. It is! It's a shame Stone's not here. Nobody's ruined it yet, which I'm kind of surprised by. Oblivion. Here's the thing. I banned you for stating that women couldn't work in factories and being exceptionally sexist, right? I banned you for what you said in my friend's chat after I raided her. Oblivion. You then proceeded to make a new account and pop back into my chat like nothing was wrong. It wasn't a joke. It didn't land like a joke. You need to understand what the fuck you said. I'm going to ban you again. You are not welcome here, and you will not be welcome here. And every single time you evade banning, like this, by popping into my chat with a new account, I will keep banning you. Ban evading might actually be worse than what you said to my friend. Okay? Please understand what the fuck you said. Maybe you'll learn something from this. Sorry, that's the second time I banned that person in, like, I guess a week and a half now. Yeah, what happened was I raided my friend Jess. It was a longtime Twitch friend of mine. And he just, like, plopped, like, this one fucking paragraph of sexist jokes at her into the chat. Like, within a minute. I was just like... And I watched her mods just, like, instantly ban him. And I was like, well, that sucks. Screenshotted what he said, posted it in my moderator section on a different Discord, and then banned him in my chat. It's like there's like just... No, here's the thing. I believe in redemption. I think people are allowed to ask for forgiveness and apologize. But don't fucking apologize to me. It wasn't me who he insulted. It's my friend who I raided. Jess is the one with the cool hair. She varies her hair up quite frequently, yes. And all the cat cams. She does a good Randy Random. I watched like one of those streams. I was like, man, that seems like a lot of prep time. Jesus. Anyway, sorry for that side babble there, but did I draw my mugs, Zubob? I just saw that question. I didn't. Cooler_SK does some of the mugs, and Elfie Beam did some of the mugs, and Goblin Art does the limited edition ones. Here's the thing. IP banning only goes so far, but yeah. I mean, here's the reality, right? And Oblivion is probably sitting there fuming and going, man, Blind's just an asshole. The reality of this is, it sucks having to do that, because it sucks that people are so dense that they don't realize what they've done wrong. And here's the another reality of this, is if he did manage to go actually apologize to the right people, not me. I don't fucking care what he says to me. He never said anything bad to me. If he actually manages to apologize to the right people, I still wouldn't trust him. But if he did, and managed to get unbanned in the right places, then I would consider unbanning it. But you wouldn't ever be able to do that in my chat. Because these kinds of discussions can't happen in a public forum. So, like, I have unbanned people from my chat before for being really stupid after the fact. For various things. And the way that it usually works is they send me an email or a DM. But, like, popping into chat? No. Sorry. It depends on the platform, Lord JJ. On Twitch, they can't see the chat, and they can't interact with the chat. And if you... Actually, I need to check on Twitch. I don't know if Twitch like straight up locks you from watching the stream now. I think there might be an option that you can tick to do that. YouTube, it doesn't do anything. YouTube, they still think they can chat, which is kind of fucked. They can still leave comments on YouTube. They just get filtered out. And they still show up for them. Like, YouTube just shadow bans, which I think there is. I don't think I have it turned on, though. If anybody wants to be a guinea pig, I could test it. But I'll unban you in a minute. We'll find out. Shadow banning is kind of hilarious, but I kind of hate it. And you want to know why I kind of hate it? It's because it just makes people really mad. Because then everybody... Okay, this is why I don't like shadow banning. Bans, somebody knows they're banned and they go, well, okay. And then if they're mad, they just go make a new account and then they go yell, right? If they're shadow banned, then they presume they're shadow banned everywhere because nobody's responding. So if they get a response once or get suspicious that they're banned once, then they just get angrier the first time. And they presume that they're getting shadow banned everywhere. So I don't... It does, yeah, but people aren't that smart, Chad Broski. I don't like shadow. I'd rather just proper ban. Here, Quap, we'll test this. I'll unban you in like T-minus 10 seconds. Good to go? 3, 2, 1, fire. Okay, we'll give him like 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm grabbing the resurrection tomes here. The rat is prepping for the necromancy act, and they've praised the fucking sun. Welcome back. I'm back from a nice 2-week vacation. Hello! How was the 2-week vacation? Vacation? Stream visible, just no chat. Okay, there you go. So, I guess I don't have that option checked. But I'm pretty sure there is an option to, like, make it so that they can't watch the stream even, but it's kind of funny to watch them scream into the void. From a creator's perspective, I'd rather just be able to ban, but and if you do something that gets you banned and you want to get unbanned, because here's the other thing. Twitch has like an unban queue, which is basically just like submit an unban request. I have that disabled because I got tired of people just getting to say fuck you one final time. Because that's literally all people use it for is like, you ban somebody and then like an hour later you're on Twitch and you just get a little ping and it's just like that person saying, hey, get fucked, asshole. It's like, cool. So I disabled that feature. They could donate directly, but they can't donate through Twitch. They cannot, well, I mean, like, they could go use Streamlabs or PayPal or Coffee or something and tip, but they can't use bits, no. But, make unbans allowed after 1 year. Something I do, Radiant Psych, is every now and again, I will just go to my ban list, and every name I don't recognize who didn't say anything particularly heinous, I'll just remove. Like, I clear my ban list pretty consistently. It's just, if it's, like, recent enough that I remember it, donating an unban request would be fine. So my favorite, my favorite ban and unban gimmick on Twitch is, some people might be able to guess this. I know a guy who has, quote, no moderators. He has moderators, but not really. His tier 3 subscribers can at somebody with a certain emote to sacrifice them if they're annoying. So if somebody's annoying, then his tier 3 subscribers can, like, signal him, and then he pauses the stream and highlights the last, like, 30 minutes of messages that they wrote and asks the chat if they think that he's annoying. And then you have 2 different emotes that you can post, and he puts the chat in emote only. There's 2 different emotes that you can post. One's a tomato and the other's a rock. And tomato is don't kill and rock is kill. And if it's enough rocks, then they do thumbs up and thumbs down. So it's like a 2-step process. And if it's thumbs down, then they kill him, and then the person gets banned in the chat. And then when the person is banned, then there's another channel that they can go to if they want, which is his friend's channel, and he's the necromancer. So if they go to his friend's channel and it involves giving his friend money, but if you go to his friend's channel, you can appeal to the ban and then get, quote, resurrected, which sends him a ping, the first guy a ping, and then he resurrects you in his chat and you get unbanned. And what's even funnier is, like, I've seen people who've given this dude, like, tens of thousands of dollars get banned in his chat because somebody in chat got annoyed with him and they banned him for the meme. And he just goes to the other guy's stream and gets unbanned. It's very funny. But it's like, you know, it's a good time. I like stuff like that, but I don't know. I'm not bloodthirsty enough to do shit like that. It's just kind of a lot of work. Oh, it's funny and entertaining. Checks and balance. Checks and balances, yes. Except check with a Q, because we're talking about money here, and this is Canada. And we're balancing your checkbook. Man, solve this riddle, go on this wild goose chase, and speak with a necromancer. But here's the thing, right? If somebody gets banned in his chat and goes through that process to get back, they've earned it, right? Because it's like, I don't know. Anyway, speaking of riddle me this, let's riddle me some dwarf forts, shall we? Lord JJ, what kind of dwarf would you like? You know, saying I'm sorry is not a get out of jail free card. It is when you're playing Monopoly, though. I mean, the get out of jail free card is. The person you are pleading to has the option to say you are not forgiven. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. YouTube chat. Absolutely. No beard, glassmaker, or scribe. Okay, so, Twitch chat. We're playing some dwarf fort now. We're going to be continuing the fort from yesterday, and there is at least one loose vampire in the fortress, okay? The current goal for the fort, and also Twitch chat, if you want to say hi YouTube, you can do that now. The current goal for the fortress is I would like to reclaim Winter Hearth, which was that little tavern fort that I did, the previous fort that I did in this world before I did the adventurers. I want to reclaim it because it's got 5,000 goblins in it. So that's kind of my goal, is I want to free Winter Hearth and then reclaim Winter Hearth is my goal for this fort now. So we have a goal, which is good. The side goal is the fort is getting infested with vampires. I've got at least 2. Okay, somebody keeps eating people once or twice a year and I can't find them. What happens to 5k goblins? They lose their throats. And if we fail, then I will become one kick dwarf and go in and kick them all to death or something. I don't know. That might actually be another way to do it. Anyway, the side goal is, what if I turn it into a vampire-run fortress? I'm going to see if I can set it up so that vampires can coexist with dwarves. That's what I'm going to try and do. And I'm kind of thinking, this will be pretty grim, but I've done this before, where I set it up so that if somebody goes to prison, I can just let the vampires eat them. So I'm just saying, I think we can have some fun here. I don't want to name the vampires unless they do something noteworthy enough to give them a name. If I have main characters like that, I don't always want them to be named after people from chat, unless it happens to be somebody who's already named after chat. So, because that was a question from YouTube chat. People have said that. I've definitely had, like, most impressive hair or most impressive beard hair before. So, one final thing before we dive in is Twitch chat. If you would like to help out the YouTube stream at no cost to you, that's a link to it. If you have an extra tab and bandwidth, leave the tab up, and that increases my ad revenues on the YubTubs. Otherwise, just simply leave a like because it tells YouTube to go promote the stream. Currently, the YouTube stream has 60 people watching and 21 likes. If we could double the number of likes, that'd be pretty dope. And I got 200 people here on Twitch, so thanks to everybody for tuning in on this fine Friday. And let's play some Door Fort, shall we? You was indeed a raging cave. Can a vampire eat a vampire? Vampires only eat things when they are sleeping. Vampires don't sleep. Neither do necromancers. So vampires and necromancers actually coexist completely fine. Fun fact. So, who needs a tour? Actually, let's give JJ their name before I forget. You wanted somebody with no beard and a glassmaker, if possible. I don't think I actually have any glassmakers. I don't know, I have one, but they have beard. What was your second choice? It was glassmaker or... Let's go and get the chat here. Scribe. I could probably give you a scribe. I don't have anything to scribe. I do have a library. I got Burr, who's a talented wordsmith and reader. Competent siege engineer, talented wordsmith, writer, and reader. Huh. May also put you in the military. No, because that's not sleeping. That's knocked out. Unconscious does not equal sleeping. Sleeping is a specific task. Shockingly tall dwarf. Is your guy legendary? Probably, because you're in the military. JJ is very stubborn and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Is bashful and does not often feel lustful. Has an active imagination and doesn't seek out excitement. She is conflicted by this as she feels intellectually that life should be more tumultuous. Wow, I just keep losing my spot. She is slow to trust others, and she doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She thinks that she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, can handle stress, and doesn't focus on material goods. This dwarf would be pretty good in the military. Stiffens up when she's surprised and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is a hardened individual. She dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized, and personally prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. Finds friendship burdensome and values sacrifice. And, she discussed a friend's problems and feels empathy. Saw a goblin's dead body. So something I'm going to do is I'm going to interrogate every single dwarf in the fort. Yes. Yes. I'm going to interview everybody. Everybody who hasn't already been interviewed. Babies. Not going to interview the livestock. My captain of the guard is going to be busy for a bit. So, here is Winterhearth. Winterhearth has 5,000 goblins in it. My fortress is hidden behind this cave on this volcano in the middle of the 3 volcanoes. Because there's a cave there and that sprite decided to win the fight. That cave also has a dragon in it. Unrelated. But that's my goal. I want to take that back. As far as the fortress itself, this is the kind of main entrance. This is the eternally erupting volcano. which is dope, and I love it. Down here is gonna be my combat entrance. I burned a couple goblins in here, if you can't tell. We're gonna start some shenanigans here eventually, but we need to wait for them to actually be able to get in here, and also I'm gonna need to pump some lava out of here. But we'll get to it. What else? If I go back up to the fortress itself, this is our very unfinished hospital, but functional. This is where the military is training now. I'm going to be expanding that slowly. We're using silver warhammers and copper gear. This is such an impressive... It is awesome, isn't it? I mean, if you want a, like, eternally erupting volcano, we're also in an ad break, so I'll just pause here. Settle on a volcano and then retire it and reclaim it. $5,000. How the hell did they live there? I guess they dug a lot of homes. To build a military for raids, train them for like a year until everybody's legendary, and then attack a bunch of very weak / almost empty sites until your commander has a really high ambushing skill and tactics skills, and then just say, send it, basically. Oh. Also, there's a giant on the map. I don't really build forts like that, so you'd be best off asking Southward Sal somebody, or somebody like that, who actually builds forts like that. Because, I don't know. I'm more of a maximalist fortress size person, not a minimalist fortress size person. You wish giants and Ettins were more of a threat? They are if you don't know what you're doing. They just aren't if you actually have a military. But anyways, Esteem Quest, Zeller. The named dwarves in the fortress are Dulkin. And if you miss your name and you had one, call out and I'll double check. A Devilish Potato Snail, Jeffrey. Ilmirin. CESC 342. Amethyst. Quendelf. Darius Cardrin. Sentak. Bastet. Or Bast, I guess. Butch, the mayor. Arthur, the cheesemaker. Jasper, the planter. Prime Minister, the snailman. Rambo Ambo, the bone doctor. Zalvi, the diagnoser. Keen Cook, the chief medical dwarf. 404, the beetle woman doctor. Zwari, HC. Baked Leech, the scholar. Too Tall Dad, the leopard man scholar. JJ, the scribe. Dominoc, Q and Green Tea. Unforgiven, the hammer dwarf. Or Unforgotten, the hammer dwarf, who killed a forgotten beast in one-on-one combat. The Unswerving, Ben Gorgon, and Two-Headed, who killed an Ettin, another hammer dwarf. Mini Monster, the militia commander. And Boat, who is also a militia captain. Bioactive, the child. Telenartho, the child, and that's everybody in the fortress. And you want to know what you were legendary in? You are legendary in leatherworking. I guess you made a leather artifact? No, you didn't. You are just legendary at leatherworking. Hold on a second. All right, well, you're probably not a vampire because you felt euphoric due to inebriation. Anyway, let's follow this giant. You watched your ghost fort? Are the ghosts and undead in that permanently there? Could a goblin faction take over it, or would the ghosts and the undead potentially consistently screw them over? I don't know how it would work in Legends. I know that if you were to visit it in adventure mode, they'd still be there and they'd haunt you and follow you. I've had ghosts follow me out of a map before, or off a map before, which is entertaining. And in Fortress mode, if you were to reclaim them, they'd be there. You'd have to memorialize them. but I don't know about Legends. I kind of doubt it. So the Unswerving, who notably killed the Unswerving, Sheen the Etten. So they killed Itha the Etten. So this dwarf is killed at Etten. They are rather dejected. They're not the happiest dwarf. They want to acquire something. I think my soldiers need a break. But, you know, it's charging in and begins the combat. Combat begins quite swiftly as the Hammer Dwarf kicks... Oh, that was the Forgotten Beast they fought previously. The giant is already bleeding because they've been bashed in the upper body, which bruised the heart. The Hammer Dwarf bashed the giantess in the left hand with her silver warhammer, bruising the bone, which bent the wrist. And more dwarves are now arriving. Some of them are running directly past because they missed it, and they killed it with ease rather quickly. Just want to get these dwarves training again. And you, right here, who got the kill? It looks like it was the Unswerving once again, who's basically a Mega Beast killer at this point. We still have 3 of them. Well, we have a ring and 2 amulets. One of my militia captains, this one, should have it equipped. But she doesn't. So I've got this one, I've got this one, and is the other one forbidden? It must be forbidden. Because it should be this person's item. So what are these 2? It appears that we've lost one. Well, that's unfortunate. I wonder... Hold on. Let me check something. Because I did go and, like, scout something that was... close by that had an artifact in it. Huh. Was it stolen? It can't have been stolen. I have no visitors. Items only get stolen if you allow visitors, and I don't have any visitors in this fort. So my artifacts can't be stolen. Also, it's not technically an artifact. But I did send that squad out to go get a thing, and it seems to have unassigned the item. And the kind of funny thing here, like, look, it says that I have 2, but, like, 1 is available. Which means 1 might be on the map, but, like, hidden, or it might be forbidden. But then it would show up in here as forbidden. So there's an item that's stuck off the map. I wonder. Basically meaning it's like stuck just off map. Let's see if I can find it. I mean, I could create another one, but it seems to... it probably just unexisted itself during that invasion, so that's good to know, actually. Yeah, I don't know. I have a feeling it's just gone. But it didn't get stolen. It can't be stolen. It's not an artifact. Only named items can be stolen. And it didn't name it when I assigned it to him as an item. So... if it's the art that I'm thinking of from a couple days ago, Jared, in YouTube chat, It's not fan art. It's art that I commissioned from Goblin Art. If it's the one post from like the day the video went up, it's not fan art. It's in the video, and it was posted by the guy who I commissioned the art from. Because Goblin Art did the art for the video, and he has permission to do what he wants with it, such as promote it or try to find other work, and so he's plunking his work around on the internet where people can find it. Which is why it says art that I did for Blind on YouTube or whatever, because it's not fan art, but it's very good art though. But yes, I do still have those amulet. I do still have one of the amulets which has force push, and I still have one of the rings. But I am using DF. This is DF hack. You nonsensical, brain dead, silly person. I've literally been staring at DF hack for the last 5 minutes thinking about maybe like recreating an item. And you're just like, not using DF hack, not a fan. Not using your brain, not a fan, are we? Should try using it. It'll make you smarter. You know, to be honest, me neither. My brain doesn't like me much. I'm just gonna go down here and just put all the animals I don't want down here. So, any friggin' guinea pigs, bunnies, all that stuff, and just station them down here, and hopefully Forgotten Beast shows up and eats them. But yeah, no, not a fan of my brain. Like, word. Word. Word indeed. Shut up, brain, or I'll poke. It's more like poke you with a Q-tip, right? All right, let's get this squad down here training too, because they're up here. Word. I know that feeling. Too many animals. It's not too many animals. We've got a good amount of animals. It's too many animals I don't want. Mostly. So now I've got this dwarf over here who's just interrogating Kublak. Whenever I see Kublak, I want to read it as Kubrick, like Kubrick, like Stanley Kubrick. And we're just going to be at this for a while. Like, this is... We're just going to be at this for a while. We're just going to be interrogating people for a while. Why don't you have a hat or a shirt? Oh, you literally are in the process of collecting a shirt. Got it. But this is just going to keep up for a while. So my headcanon for this is the captain of the guard and the captain of the guard's husband, who's the hammerer, are in on this situation. Basically, they are trying to find the vampires so that they can take over the fortress from within, essentially. So I'm trying to tell like a police corruption story at this point with this fort. So the vampire is right here. And he has a pickaxe. This is going to be his bedroom in a minute. This is an office that is assigned to the mayor in case he needs to talk to somebody. He's also stressed. But I'm going to let him dig into this wall here and dig down. Oh, maybe not down there. Okay, fine. Instead of... like, just be like, yeah, dig directly through the lava. Okay, well then, in that case, I'll go this way instead. So he's going to dig this way. He's going to go down to here. And he's just going to, you know, dig a little tunnel with little curves and swoops to make it interesting, you know? Because right here... Oh. Not going to go underneath that. That'll take 10 trillion years to dig. So instead of going directly there, we're going to go this way, this way, this way, this way. Perfect. Because right here is the prison. And then when we get to the prison, he's going to have a little trapdoor right here. This little trapdoor is going to go right there, right underneath this. And this little trapdoor is going to be his access way into the prison. And I will be able to lock this door when people are in the prison. And we're going to let him in so we can go feed. Breaking into the prison. Exactly. Exactly. You nailed it. Although he's very busy socializing right now. The other thing I need him to do is I need him to have tavern access. So what I'm thinking is that I also dig a little stairway up here. And this little stairway up here can have these. I'm going to expand the tavern down to here. And we'll give him access to the tavern straight up, sort of, through fortifications. Because I'm not positive that'll work, but if it does, we should allow it to work. And right here, let's just throw in some more statues. Because why not? The reverse Alcatraz? It's more like the underworld. Although the problem is, right now, he's in the tavern, or so he thinks. So let's remove that. So that he can go get to work. Can you give ideas for future runs? What I really need to do is I need to make a... trying to think of the word here. I need to make like a Google Doc or something that goes to a spreadsheet so that you can do that without just saying it. Because if you say it in my chat, I'll forget. Or be like, maybe not right now. And then in the future, if I would theoretically feel like doing something like the run you suggested, I will have already forgotten. So what are you thinking, P. Alex? But I'll just say it knowing that I'll probably forget. So if you're okay with that reality, just, yeah, fire away. With the full assumption that I will A, probably forget, or B, saying, especially if it's something I've done recently or before. But go nuts. Only they traversed through the tunnels because their visage was so gross. Yeah, I never played Vampire the Masquerade. I never played any of them. I never really had much interest in them. I played Deus Ex and stuff like that back in the day, but Vampire always seemed a bit too busted. Just a bit too busted. And now I'm like, I was really curious about that thing that, the sequel that was being worked on by Paradox, but more, not so much because I wanted to play it, because realistically I probably wouldn't have, or probably won't, but because a friend of mine is the community manager of World of Darkness, and I would like to see that game succeed and do well, because I would like to see her project succeed, and like her working there succeed. But at the same time, it's like, now I'm wondering if we'll ever see it. You're back from a call and can now start lunch. Yay, lunchtime. What's for lunch? Brain fist. And they are not allowed to be found by the newcomers. I feel like the best way to do that would be like reclaiming a fortress, no? Like you reclaim a fort and then you go, okay, so we're building a secret society of the dwarves who live here, right? And everybody else is just like a newbie recent addition to the fort. because then you'd already have like an abandoned fort. So it would be like, or maybe, or though kind of what I'm thinking of is more like the people under the stairs kind of, or like Parasite, you know, like 7 dwarves move into a place that's going to be populated, and then like you just let these the original owners of the place like fall apart and die horribly, while the other ones are just like nah, and you go through like multiple eras of just like the fort collapsing. That I could see some places where that could cause some major issues mechanically, but that could be interesting. I don't know. I'm just like bullshitting around your idea, but it could be neat. I don't know. I don't like the way this looks. Oopsies. I'm so used to right-clicking after clicking a thing when I go to make 2-step workshops, I almost always break them the first time. I think so. Mozo, like I know. Okay, so they fired the original dev team and the studio shut down, but to my knowledge, it was moved to a different dev team. I'm not sure. Maybe? Question mark. And that's me being kind of generous, I guess. I'm not entirely certain. At this point, I would be a bit surprised. But I'm also not positive either way. All right, so since all these dwarves have been sent to go do this, I'm actually going to set these top 2 ones off duty and just let them go take a break. Like just go off, completely off duty. Have a break. You two. Like it is going to be break time for these dwarves once they're done with their combat drills, because they clearly need the break. And just leave your gear here. That squad is literally a dwarf, and that is 3 dwarves. That'll be plenty to defend the fort if shit gets bad. But now they can go do other tasks. And pray and other things that they need to do. Oh no! What do you do for work, if I can ask? Ice Blue? Okay, so you're gonna go store your axe. I'm also mildly curious if this dwarf will go find that amulet. I kind of doubt it, but... I'm also curious to see what you go claim. Probably gloves, right? Creature of Hoodwork's crown. Oh, wow. This dwarf's interesting. Very interesting. I'm gonna go take a shower. We really need... Actually, I need to make soap. Let me just do this. Let's make ash. Make ash. Make lye. Make soap. I don't think I've actually made all these shops yet, but we can get this done. Let's just do... Oopsies. Wrong one. Let's do 25... 25, and 25, sure, 28. We'll have a surplus of ash. Why not? I typoed that, but we'll work with it. And then this here was where I was going to make the ash shop. So let's just send in granite. Granite. So right here, going to need a ashery, which I think I'll just plunk down right here. I need an empty barrel. Okay. Let's just say make me wooden barrel. Make 10. Just wait until this is done. Supervisor for the post office. Gotcha. Yeah, here, Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. So, Baked Leech, the Snailman Scholar, just murdered Zwari, the Snailman. So one of my adventurers just murdered one of my other adventurers. Not in a vampire way, in a tantrum way, like ripped his face off. The last thing he said is, he says his name, he says, Baked Leech killed Bora Zwari, and I am about to lose it. Zwari is really dead, I'm not feeling sad right now. And he's pondering alternate history. You know, that's kind of fitting. It's a very slow fight that this fight is paying out. Also, thanks, JJ, for doing that in the YouTube chat. Would have taken me a minute. Well, I'm sure we're going to get some crimes reported, right? Although, no, it hasn't been reported just yet. Our captain of the guard is still interrogating people who just got into an argument. Actually, kind of curious. What's your proficient judge of intent, skilled intimidator? Currently working on Athel the soap maker. Makes me wonder now if I can even convict Zwari. Bunch of blood down here. It's probably all my soldiers cleaning the blood off themselves. Just get this barrel done. Pause game. Right, actually, it's not being moved. Sweet. Let's go to workshops. Ashery. Plunk you down there. Ooh, let's do microcline. Goblin cap. Date palm. Then down here, I'm going to make a soap maker's shop.
Love your work. I hope you can keep doing it.
I've been doing it for, oh geez, 11 years? Full-time job for, what? Since basically 2016, more or less. So yeah, I've been doing this for a while. I don't see why I would stop. At this point, it's mostly just I'm buying an apartment, which I officially own as of the 31st of this month. So it's less of I hope I can keep doing it, more I hope I can keep doing it at this level because, you know, as I told my parents, I would sell the place and move somewhere else and start renting again if I stop being able to afford it. So we'll see what happens. Fingers crossed. Thanks for the Prime sub for the 3rd month. Welcome back, P. Alex. But yeah, no, that idea you had ain't bad. Maybe, like, I really need to just get off my ass and make, like, a document. That or just pester somebody to make a document for me in the form. But, like, yeah, just a very simple Google form submission thing where people can just send in ideas might not be a terrible way to go about it. I'm also going to need a wood burner. So I'll just plop there. You're moving out of your parents in 2027? Yeah, I moved out at like before I turned 19. So it's been a long time. Speaking of, God damn it. So this is why you don't want vampires in your fortress. Because when they're distracted, they move so slow. Holy shit, man.
Yellow.
Magnetics, thanks for the 2nd month. Welcome back. Or, not Magnetics, Midnight X. Definitely the same thing. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Thanks for tuning in. I have too many interrogations. Currently interrogating Bembool. We love the idea of an idea. You love the idea of an idea list. I mean, it's certainly not. I'm certainly not the first person to have an idea list for content, and just be like, well, I'll get to it eventually. Already on the list. I'll get to it eventually. Is the vamp still on the lam? I don't know what that means. What does on the lam mean? Did that murder not get reported? It might not have, because they're adventurers. And also, I know that character did it. It doesn't necessarily mean there was any witnesses. If there was no witnesses, then it won't get reported. So I presume there was just no witnesses. It's just a character was found dead, so we'd have to interrogate him. Oh, so there is a vampire that's loose. The other vampire is digging. The reason I'm interrogating the entire fortress is because I still have a vampire that's loose, yes. I've never heard that term before. It's a new one for me. I don't know. I mean, we can test this, because I'm going to arrest that snail after these interviews are all done. I mean, how many do I have left? A few. A few. Mm-mm. Saw Forgotten Beast die, sure. Oh, I know you're E4, do it animation, it's fine. Also expanded the size of the tavern quite considerably here. Yeah, I mean, I've never heard either tinted aspect, so. We need to plan a future meeting. We need to plan all future meetings and schedule a meeting to discuss how we feel about meetings we planned. This sounds like corporate structure to me, and I don't know if I'm ready for my stream to be that corporate. Havoc. Unless you're talking about something unrelated. If you're wondering why I'm doing this, I'm telling him to skip corners, basically. Because my god, this duder's digging slowly. Like, he's not even a bad miner either. He's a novice miner. He should be digging faster than this. This is just Gabbro. It's nothing crazy. I just want to get flooring over top of that so it looks a bit better. I'll send you a briefing doc with the information you will need on the meetings. Got it. Hopefully you can send that in an email instead of me having to attend a meeting to be able to be given the briefing doc. You know, one of the things I'm really happy about, when I quit my real job, was like right when that industry was deciding that, yeah, it's normal for everybody to have to use a smartphone to get your schedules. And whenever I hear people like just mocking like how their jobs function now, it's just, it doesn't seem real to me. It's like, I believe that it's real, and I absolutely believe that like you guys have to tolerate this nonsense because it seems believable. It's just, it's otherworldly to me. Yeah, we're back. I mean, I ended up taking an extra day off to just finish that video that I was working on, right? Mind, thanks for the 63rd month check. Can I get a big round of beers? Meditate on murder. Yeah, about that. Go on. I mean, you are going to go pray, so maybe that's what you need to do. Email. It's like an e-girl, but the male version, I think. Yeah, I'm so happy that like AI non-schlop wasn't in my work when I quit. Thought I was starting early? No, I was starting normal time. Well, 15 minutes early. Okay, so these goblins run past the war dogs, who just completely ignore them. Whoa! Did you just one-tap that goblin? Hold the phone. Hits the goblin thief in the head with a warhammer, bruising the muscle and jamming the skull through the brain and tearing the brain. He did! Both just like one-tap that goblin. Just thwack! He just smashed his head. And the dogs are like, oh, bad, got it. Hot damn, dude. I think I can give them a break now. Like, I think these dwarves can, like, take their turn off of, you know, working for a little bit, because that was brutally efficient. Because they all need to, you know, go get new gear and such. Clothing and all of that stuff. I feel like we should just make a cloaks industry. I'm curious about how we're doing on cloth here. Okay, so let's just do cloth cloaks. I think everybody in this fortress gets a cloak. We'll do this annually. Let's do annually. We will do 75. But right now, I'm just going to do cloak 100. So we'll just make everybody a cloak. So we'll do 175 right now, and then annually we'll do a repeating order of 75. I mean, it's why I like hammers. Hammers are, like, absurdly efficient. Insane killer. First dwarf. Okay, what? I'm presuming you don't want the first dwarf I see. What dwarf would you like? What kind of dwarf? Do you want a dwarf with a beard? Approximate job requests? Let's avoid the vampires, though, and anybody too notable. Bearded and doctor. DOC. What do we got? Okay, everybody's name. So I guess that means I'm assigning a new doc. A new doc! How about a Dr. Minor? He very happy. Wants to practice art. He's married. You know, now when I'm looking for the vampire, chat's gonna be like, that dwarf's suspect. He's completely helpless in stressful situations after seeing Inky Creature die. Solon and Inky Creature die. Wait, what? Wait. Huh. Uh-huh. Hold on. Hold up. Feels pleasure near a fine burial receptacle, eh? Didn't feel anything after somebody's death. Uh-huh. Didn't report that crime. Got into an argument. Did he sleep? He did see one of the, like, dwarves who died die. Like one of the dwarves that was found dead, drained of blood. But he did sleep. Chat, it's party time. Anyway, Insane Killer becomes completely helpless in stressful situations, seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, is very slow to anger, and rarely looks on others with lust, dislikes receiving advice, and prefers other... He finds helping others emotionally rewarding. He doesn't focus on material goods. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance after seeing Stodier's dead body. He finds offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of mastering a skill and dislikes cooperation. Likes stoneware, copper, and bonfire opal. He's 58 years old. I don't know, that's pretty sus, dudes. Human caravan is here to trade. You have to have a big enough tavern and a lot of dwarves that know the same song. Basically, you have to have a popular tavern that's full with a big enough dance floor, or you don't hear this song. It would be very ironic if Insane Killer ends up being the vampire. Out of curiosity, if there is a dead body next to your well, will you be okay? Will you be okay? Yeah. Will it scar and upset all of your dwarves? Yes. Is it bad for your fortress? Yes. The chief treasurer from the Merchants Guild has arrived. Let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. I'm going to ask them to bring me lapis lazulis and logs because I'm trying to stave off war with the elves, if possible. They want armor. Okay. You don't. Really, Zoman. They just do it with time. Just have a tavern, basically. Okay, so he's sleeping here. He's also euphoric due to inebriation. I mean, okay, so this dwarf is really sus. Wait. Am I going crazy, or did you not have a listed kill previously? This dwarf is really sus. So I'm going to interrogate you anyway. But we've got a lot of ways. We got a ways to go before we can get you interrogated. He's sleeping though. You know, It's been a long time since I've seen vampires. And I know Tarn did, because it was alongside, it was the same patch where they made it so that trolls appear with Goblin Sieges again. And when trolls got the boost in, or when goblins got the boost in what they could train, animals-wise. And I gotta say, since it's been a while, it is certainly possible my information is inaccurate at this point. Like, I'm presuming they still can't sleep, but maybe he made it so they can sleep. I don't know. It could not be him, but maybe it is. I will interrogate him. I need to know. I'll put it that way. You missed 0 kill? No, it's back. It's still there. Here, I'll show you. 0 kill is, in fact, still there. They just don't do that by default. You don't see it when they initially arrive. They only see it if the interrogator isn't good enough to find out exactly how much they've killed. So those granite traction benches. I don't need to sell them a ton of stuff. But if I go to my other vampire, which is this guy. See? They're not sleeping, drinking, or eating. Okay. Well, I'll believe you. I know that, like, they can still get, like, euphoric due to inebriation if they're fed alcohol, and I've had tavern keepers and bards due to chat asking me since this fort started, so there is that. And also, let's just go here and type in helm. Just say melt all these down. Melt all these down. Melt all these down. Melt all those down. Let's also melt these. Let's say... Let's melt that. Let's keep those. In case you can't tell, I've got some goblinite. Let's just go here and melt an object. Let's just say 5. If designated number of items is greater than 10, melt 5. Let's just keep at it. What's my value? I barely ever look at it, but that's it. It's not a stat I pay attention to. So what you think of my wealth? Vampires don't... If vampires have kids, they don't make more vampires. Vampirism is a curse in Dwarf Fortress. It's not something that is spread in the same way that, like, were creatures are spread, if that makes any sense. Buy this gold. Yeah, I'm going to buy the gold and the platinum from the humans, or at the very least the gold. You know, screw it. Let's buy the platinum, because I don't actually have any platinum that I've seen yet. it would be fun to have platinum in this fort. Let's see if they'll trade for this. It's pushing it. Nope. Let's go up to 600 value for them. Here I am trying to push it. Let's see. You know what? I'd rather have all the wood, so I'm going to get rid of one of these. Instead, take that. Let's see, what else can I take? Let's buy meats until they say no. Trade. I did that with this fort, Q squared. If you go to my VODs channel, which is !VODS in the Twitch chat here, there is a video for a fortress called Winterhearth, 2 of them. And then after that, there's an adventure mode video where I've adventured to Winterhearth and then do some other things in adventure mode. And then the first part of this series for this fortress that I'm currently playing, which is Winterthrone, starts off with an like me making this fortress start and then adventuring to this fortress in adventure mode. Jonas in YouTube chat. They say, how many different mechanics and different kind of stuff can you do in this game? For me, it's just an overload of information. Twitch chat, you guys want to weigh in on this one a little bit? Help me out here. Dwarf Fortress is a game that you can pay attention to as much or as little as possible. All you really need, and the only mechanics you need to pay attention to, is dwarves need alcohol, they need a source of food, and they need somewhere to sleep and somewhere to socialize. That is it. That's all that you need to pay attention to. Everything else is optional and will make your fort last longer if you have it, potentially. Or way shorter if you go that route. So I will say, keep in mind, it's one of those games where you can pay attention to those mechanics as much or as little as you like. Truly. I'm also going to slaughter some dogs, I think. Let's also go slaughter a bunch of the giant cheetahs. I'm doing this so that we can try to grow the fortress scale a little bit and get some of that soap going. Because I'm going to need some rendered fats to do that. Good God. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to help this guy out a little bit here. I'm going to help the vampire out a little bit. This weird order is being given to dig some tunnels under the prison because it's taken the vampire too long to do it. I mean, look at this poor guy. He's trying his best, but geez, man. Jeez. Jeez, man. Do you have to put it down? It is not possible to heal any animals in the vanilla game, which kind of sucks, but it's true. And let's also collect sand. 100. And let's say green glass pot. 85. So I have some extra sand at the end. Well, it's just like, this is a normal dwarf digging. Versus, this is a vampire who hasn't eaten in a while, digging. Like, it's kind of amazing how quickly they get stupid. Like, he's an adequate miner. Yet, that's how slow he's moving. It's like something else, man. Another thing that we could do is I could just sit here and stare at dwarves that seem suspect, but... Down here, I'll also set up a melt metal object. Set that to repeat for a bit. W Tiger, thanks for the 19th month. And Zomon, thank you very much for the first month of a tier 1 subscription. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for those 2 brand new subscribers? Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. I get to do this job because people like you keep the channel funded, so appreciate you. Well, this dwarf seems to be slightly happier now that they've been out of the military for a little bit. Let's just get you back onto monthly orders, and you can go pick up new gear. Is your dwarf still alive? Good question. Yep. You are scholaring, or supposedly a scholar, and you want to practice a craft. And you've been learning about weaving and clothes making. And Deep Sea Fishing here wants to dwarf Zomon. So chat, does Zomon get a dwarf? Yes or no? 10 years of following a vampire? Nah. Nah. 10 years of very, very slow vampire walking? Nah. No, no, no. Alright, Zwari, you need a tomb. Apparently, I had tombs that needed to be used that hadn't been assigned properly. Or at all, for that matter. Snailman in the corpse pile? Yep, killed by a snailman. Although, I'm going to make a statue of that snailman. That was one of my... Wait, what? Related to historical figure. VW. What was the name of said snail? Bora. There you are. Mark Gordon. Thanks for being a YouTube member. Appreciate you. What's up, Mako Darkfire? Love the Ghost Fort video. Just wanted to pop by and say hi. What's up, dude? Can't stay long. Hope I'm having a good day. It's all right. It's getting the year started slowly. Can also lower down the number of these that I make per year because there's less snails in the fort now. I also need to increase the scale of my clothing industry. So I don't have enough clothers. Why did you not know this? Because you've never clicked the magnifying glass. If you're using a workshop and you say make a statue, click this magnifying glass. And if you're in the manager screen, just click the magnifying glass. In fact, let's just let him make a statue, because Buddy here is going to want to do something. Let's also let him make a gem cutter shop, cut all the gems, and then once he's done doing those two things, you can encrust the statue with all the gems he wants. How do you make your necromancer queen happy? Look at her needs and try and satisfy them. I realize that's not a very direct question, but that's not a very easy question to answer. We're also in an ad break. And thanks for the Prime sub for a 9th month. Welcome back, Mako. I have I've seen several chessboards, yeah. Chessboards are cool. You keep the dwarves need drinks, a personal space, and if you want to keep your for longer than you need to use more mechanics. Sure, yeah, no, totally. Yeah, you keep your dwarves and you try and keep your dwarves happy, and if you can keep them happy enough to survive a year or two, then at that point, start working towards learning other mechanics. I think one of the reasons people find Dwarf Fortress to be intimidating from the get-go is that it doesn't have like a tech tree that you have to unlock, so there isn't like a designated build order by the game itself, which I think confuses people because it's just that's something people are just very used to. But in the case of Dwarf Fortress, it's part of why the game is so compelling, at least to me, because it makes for pretty unique progression for each fortress. And it's one of the reasons why every fortress looks so different, is because everybody has access to everything from the beginning. Which is why sometimes I'll have 7 dwarves and I'll already be at the lava sea forging, like, as deep as you can dig. And people will just be like, why are you doing that so early? It's like, because I can. And that's part of why Dwarf Fortress is so intriguing and fun. Keep hitting U instead of I. I'll just hit M. It's faster. You were hoping for a trick? I mean, keeping dwarves like, especially not knowing what your fort is doing, how do I keep so-and-so happy is an unanswerable question, because I have no idea what's going on in your fort right now, right? I can't see your layout. All I can really say is you have to try and meet their needs as best you can. If you have a particular need you're trying to meet, I might be able to offer advice on that. But outside of that, like, it's a really difficult question to answer. This game got an update like 2 weeks ago on the beta branch and is going to get a main branch update sometime in the next month or so. And it gets a handful of updates a year that are usually pretty substantial. And it's been getting updated for 20 years now almost. And will probably continue getting updated for the next 20. What makes you want to play Dwarf Fortress is the amazing random little stories, like the one time the guards got upset with elf traders and then he hit one of them so hard that the elf's bones went through the ground and landed on the floor below. This game's fucking insane. You know, my favorite little stupid, like, one-sentence story was the dwarf that got murdered and then came back as a ghost and possessed their murderer and then reported the crime of their own death to the captain of the guard. Which was the before the Steam version. Wait, what? Report crime? What crime? What crime? What's up with the fish walking out of the rivers? Oh, been in the game as long as I can remember, and it's a bug. It shouldn't happen. I think it's hysterical. The mysterious flying fish is a known stated tale of Dwarf Fortress. We also got an artifact starting. Reg has claimed a jeweler's workshop. Yeah, it's to the point, Havoc, in YouTube chat, where it's hard for me to explain some mechanics because I just catch them immediately, right? And to me, it's like, I don't even think about it at some of the times, but... Okay, so this is a crime being posed against Baked Leech. So it seems that Baked Leech is finally getting convicted of their crimes. That was what was getting reported. I mean, that's definitely an old meme. I mean, there's a more recent version of that meme, which is the unkillable echidnas. Unkillable echidnas are basically the same as the immortal undead sponge. And also just a reminder to the people in YouTube chat, thank you very much for watching, but if you want faster responses from me, I spend more time staring at the Twitch chat just out of necessity because it's much busier generally as a chat room. So do keep that in mind. So if you feel like I'm not responding, it's because I have two chats I gotta stare at. All right, well, let's see. What is the crime that you've been convicted of? 57 days in prison. Chat, do we see if the vampire can eat this so-called baked leech? Yes or no? What do you think? So if they're blue, you can and they join you, then you can assign them to squads, Zonam, but do not send them off map to attack something because they'll become ghosts and won't come back. What's his crime? Beating. Or murder. Killed Zwari. Killed another one of my adventurers. Tantrumed and killed a dwarf. Or snail man, but... Because we were asking earlier if snail people or ichor people is considered blood by vampires because we weren't sure. Although there was one time, and I'm pretty sure that's a bug, by the way, that they turn into ghosts and leave. Like, it's not an intended effect, but it's kind of one of those things that's becoming a mechanic with time, Zomom. And I also don't know how to say your name, Zomon, I guess. But anyway, the favorite interaction I had with that was I had a dwarf leave and then come back as a ghost, but still part of the squad. And the ghost equipped a sword and trained with the squad and then left on another siege and didn't come back. Genuinely one of the coolest fucking things I've ever seen. Literally I had a ghost floating around with a sword. Like Digimon? If that is a Digimon, then I have no idea, but Zomon. Got it. Okay. Zimon. Zohan? Okay, I can do that. Let's see, how many interrogations do I have left here? Kind of a lot. I think we're going to finish all of these interrogations first. Yeah, that's another iteration of the bug too, where they come back as like a completely maimed, like extraordinarily wrecked living, but also dead zombie. That's another way that it can manifest. I think coming back as an actual ghost was the coolest one I ever saw, though. Speaking of vampire, let's get the old vampy cutting some... Oh, shit. There we go. Let's get old vampy cutting some gems, because there's plenty of gems down in here, turns out. Who's also now considered a minor. Oh, never mind. Sorry. It appears the beating was too efficient. Captain of the guard goes and punches the snowman in the left hand, bruising the skin. Captain of the guard punches the snowman's scholar in the right arm, bruising the skin. And our snowman was found dead. Well, shite. I kind of was worried that would happen because snail people are pretty weak, but... I'll have an extra one. Yeah, no, totally. I don't want to make him a platinum statue because that's too expensive, but I'll make a silver statue. And you know what? Because that character was a librarian, I think both of those were. We'll put them both in here, in the library. The library that has no books. Did I ever give Zomon the dwarf? I don't think I did. I think I got distracted by everything. What kind of dwarf did they want? Hold on, let me just scroll back up in their chat logs. But no, I don't think I did. Thank you for yelling at me and reminding me. I don't think they stated, but what kind of dwarf would you like? You've been nominated for a dwarf, Zomon. Looks low? No, it's totally fine. Dwarves only drink every 3 weeks, and I've got 4 stills, and they re-up the numbers whenever it goes below 100. You don't want to have 10 trillion alcohols. We have exactly what we need, and I will increase it when we need more. Most people just have way too much alcohol. It's a T2 gift, so we get to decide. Yeah, but I asked if they want a beard or not, basically. This is what I permit them to have. But yes, you guys get to decide. So what kind of dwarf job do you think that Monom would have? Are they a crafter or are they a gem cutter? And Monom, would you like a beard or no beard? Is what I'll let you decide upon. Are you a peasant, perhaps? Besides taking up space? Yes, because you need stockpile space for it. And if you build forts the way I do, where I have lots of little stockpiles everywhere, a dwarf might just decide to walk all the way to the other end of the fort to go get a drink instead of walking to the central location where you want them to, because there's 5 different places where drinks are, and not all of them are convenient. If you have more specific locations where things go to get stuff, then pathing is smarter. Something creative. Farmer and animal trainers. We got 3 completely different tasks. Do I have an animal trainer? Them's me animal trainers, which is... So we'll consider farmer being an animal trainer here. How about Stackwood, potentially? You know, true story. I like the Wizard 101 people. Almost every PAX I've ever been to, I've had a meeting with them about something. They're nice people. I know like nothing about Wizard 101. But I'm kind of fascinated by Wizard 101. I can type. Zomon. Whoopsies. Who I just lost. Is impervious to the effects of stress, is completely closed-minded, never changes his mind after forming an initial idea, is somewhat scatterbrained and is quick to anger and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He can easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments. He doesn't seek out excitement, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger. He tries to do things correctly each time. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he is somewhat quarrelsome. He is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He does not go out of his way to help others, is troubled by this because he truly respects sacrifice. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He runs his fingers through his hair when he's annoyed, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Why isn't there a Wizard 102? You can't believe that Wizard 101 is actually still a thing? You know, I'm going to be completely blunt with you. I wish it was more of a thing because it would be better that kids play Wizard 101 than Roblox. Like, from a mental health perspective, from a business model perspective, from a game design perspective, from a moderation perspective, like, it is a good game for, like, 10 to 14-year-olds. And if anything, it's a great game for 10 to 14-year-olds. Whereas a lot of games for that age category are fucked up exploitative messes. You know, it's like Minecraft is a better thing for most kids to be playing. Like, Fortnite's a better game for most kids to be playing. Anyway, I don't have kids, so. He personally finds the world would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Finds sacrifice be one of the highest ideals, finds the idea of fair dealing foolish, and cheats whenever he finds it profitable. Finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and sees introspection as important. Doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. It's a very long beard, and his sideburns are neatly combed. He killed he killed one of my cheetahs at one point. Probably butchered it. He's close friends with Tekken. Got a lot of friends in the fort, actually. I should throw this dwarf in the military. I'll put him into one of the newer squads. That doesn't train as often. I mean, certainly, but like, if we're talking like orders of magnitude, like, I have zero plans of ever having kids in my life, if I can avoid it. And if someone were to ask me what video game should I let my kids play, that's multiplayer, Minecraft would be higher on the list than a lot of games. That's all I'll say. Although, I would probably recommend the Java version and mods. But that's just because I'm old. Minecraft would be there, but not a... Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, that is the asterisk there. Is like, don't let kids on public servers. Like, don't let your kids on public servers until they're old enough to, you know, be an adult. You know what I mean? Or understand that there are mean people on the internet, I guess. You know, I watched Degrassi. I know how this goes. What the heck is Greg Tech? As a guy named Greg, what the heck is a Greg Tech? Although my favorite... Oh god, this is a bad wording. My favorite use of kids I've ever heard in video games is a guy I know who I've known for years has 2 kids, and they're like 12 and 14 now or something, something around that age. And because him and his wife had kids when they were pretty young, like early 20s, and he had them, last I checked, originally it was leveling his WoW characters for him, and now they're leveling his Final Fantasy characters for him. So he plays MMOs a lot, and in order for his kids to earn their, what's it called? Allowance, like money, he pays his kids to level his characters for him, but they're not allowed to do any mainline quests or talk to anybody, which... I genuinely think that that's one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my life. Anyways, okay, so Greg takes some Minecraft mod pack, gotcha. The gem cutter has created Shazrik Thar, a citrine scepter, and offers it to the Firefrost. I need to check in on this. Let's just pop this sucker open. And get that put away. Which will happen as soon as that gets opened. I don't know, this isn't just me, but I feel like, wouldn't Satisfactory be better for kids than Factorial? Like, there's more just extracurricular silly things you can do in Satisfactory that isn't just, like, the math and optimization. I feel like if I was a little kid playing a game with family, I would prefer playing Factorio. Because I would just go around making obstacle courses and driving trucks. Be like, yeah, you guys built the factory. See ya, suckers! You know, I just realized here, for this child that died, Insane Killer was the first one who found the body. Or the first one who reported it dead, drained of blood. Anyway. I'm not saying that I think Insane Killer did it, but I'm starting to be suspect. I just also think we're interrogating a baby. I guess I did kind of just set them to interrogate everybody. Did we fail to interrogate him? We haven't interrogated him yet. He wasn't interrogated yet. Yeah, I know like nothing about Webkins, Zubob in YouTube chat. That everything should be automatic stuff as you do in Factorio would probably be very bad for their brain chemistry. Not that easy rewards stuff. I think we might be overthinking video games, but I feel like that's just video games, right? Is overthinking video games. So did I actually interrogate a baby just now? What did that... Wow, we did. Met with the subject, made flattering remarks in order to elicit information. Subject succumbed to vanity. I want a mother in Dwarf Fortress to commit a crime of some sort, and then the baby to rat them out. I want that to happen so fucking badly. Like, I desperately want that to happen. That would be fantastic. Add that to list of things I want to see happen in Dwarf Fortress is baby rats out mom. Okay, so we have actually made some soap. Also, I told them to make 100 soap. That was not correct. I don't need 100 soap. $25 soap. I see where I screwed up here. Why isn't anybody making cloth cloaks? I'm not out of cloth, am I? Weird. I'm also going to swap a lot of my silk stuff to cloth. Let's actually just redo most of my cloth here. Cloth, shirt, shoe, sure, cloth, sock, cloth, tunic, cloth, glove, cloth, mitten, cloth, dress. What am I missing? Trousers. Let's just say 75 and we'll do those annually. And then if we end up with surpluses, I will... Is that seasonally? Then I will increase the numbers. Or decrease the numbers, or vice versa. Try shapes. Yeah, I think of shapes as a game with an annoying developer, so... Like, he's not a bad person, he's just annoying. Because like it's content creator shit, behind the scenes stuff. Nothing bad. Like it's not one of those don't support this guy kind of game. But like he's annoying. I'll just say that he's annoying. If that makes any sense. But then again, I can be annoying sometimes. Nobody's perfect. Efficient armor user, hey? Man, there's so many like random... Wait. Okay, so we got a problem. Do you guys see the problem? I have migrants that have arrived that cannot access anything. Okay, there we go. That'll work. Yeah, I can't say I've ever had a fortress before where I've needed to... Odon the Planter was found dead, completely drained of blood. Oh. We have witnesses. No, someone did have the job report crime. But Onul witnessed it, Eshtan witnessed it, Stinthad witnessed it, Stodier witnessed it, Deller witnessed it. The fucking captain of the guard witnessed it. So everybody knows. Angry while killing somebody. Didn't feel anything at somebody's death. Didn't feel anything after seeing Name of Dwarf die. 0 kill. Yeah, no, that's it. Is it this is... Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, about that. When did you get here? Autumn 308? Killed the first dwarf. That was the first other one to die after we found the first one. Saw Kosoth die. Doesn't remember seeing all of them die, though. There was other ones that died. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a lady and a boy vampire. I'm going to interrogate them first, but also convict them. So what I think we're going to do... Lady and the Vamp. Yeah, exactly. Everybody's favorite Disney movie. What I think we do is I think we arrest the vampire and have the other vampire release her into the tunnels. Because then we can airlock her into the rest of the fort pretty easily. It's a very different spaghetti scene, though. They'll do it in either order. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna go pick up equipment. Probably clothing, right? Ah. The question is... There we go. So Bim... here is arresting her. Humiliated after being confined. Got quite the family. Dastot Ashen Bunsother Kas. That's quite the name. I want to know who that relative is. If it'll let me find out. It's Dastot A-S-E-N, I think. Did I read that right? The godforsaken fist of quieting. I'm gonna get her to inscribe an image of that. And also an image of herself. So her name is Mincott. What was your last name? Mats. It's definitely not a real name. She's the eldest daughter of Id, Gludstaff, and Zon. So I'm just going to lock this door. It's going to get some entertainment now. She should be able to make those. Unless she goes nuts. You can sometimes make that work. Sometimes they refuse to do it, though. I may have to let them do it once she's released. But I'm not going to blend the two cells together. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh shit, did I sell the Primordial Cloud stuff earring? Did I sell that? Was that my fault? Shit. It kind of looks like I accidentally sold the Primordial Cloud stuff. Which is an oops, but... Okay, I'm going to open this door. And say, why you no cut... Oh, maybe you just don't have any gems. Oh, I see. All the gems are over there. Got it. You made your statue? Yes, you have. Get you to go over here and deconstruct this so I can make you a bedroom. It's also going to make a rock door. We did in fact find the vampire, yes. And it is unequivocally her. It's absolutely this lady. Although, can I... There we go. Quit it. I don't think you can cancel interrogations once they've been queued up, right? I mean, we're past halfway through. So we'll just let her do it. Odom. It's been buried, so let's just make sure that we got it all done. Yes. How's the fort going? Slow steps, but steady. We have not one but two vampires, so I'm slowly building them their own fortress as the guards and defenders of the, what's the word I'm looking for here? Of the artifacts. Giving them their own bedrooms and such. You know. The important things. But how's Jack Nurick, if I can ask? Hopefully you're having a solid 2025 so far. Well, happy to help be the refresher guy. Denver in YouTube chat. I don't know if you saw, but in the Ghost Fort video I uploaded the other day, Jack Nurick, your dwarf is seen for a split second on the top of a bridge and then gets punted into the ocean. Or not into the ocean, into the river and drowns. Which I thought was pretty entertaining of a bit. It's very much a, oop, gone. Got off work 3 hours early. There you go. Well, happy Friday. Hopefully you get the weekend. I'm probably out of dye now, but... Getting off work early into the weekend is nice. Yeah. You have to watch it again. Yeah, it's in the middle chunk. I've had a lot of people reach out to me in the past like month saying like, haven't had time to watch the streams recently, so they're glad that I'm doing these big videos because it kind of keeps them in the loop of the lore of the nonsense that's happening. Which I'm happy that they're having the right effect, I guess. Wait a second. What? There's no... Did you really get that short of a sentence? Well, I guess so. Hammerer bashed him with the silver warhammer. Is now in hospital. Huh. Did she escape? No, she was released because her sentence was over. I didn't look at how long the sentence is, but I guess it wasn't that long. Anyway, Beetle Man here, or Beetle Woman here, is doing compound surgery. But it's also highly possible she's convicted of more murders. We also haven't interrogated her yet, I presume. Because holy shit. She was in fact just beaten, but because she was beaten, she was removed from prison and no longer has her sentence, right? But yeah, no, she was definitely just beaten. I also have a llama I need to eat. Jack Norick, what kind of dwarf would you like? Metalsmithing and armor smithing. That's what we got currently. There's nobody currently going out of their way to, but that's what we have. So we got Limul, Deller, or Aiton. None of them have had a strange mood, I can tell you that. Deller? All right. The Deller Dweller. Oops. I don't think that being beaten ends their sentence, but they could have had a sentence that was as short as 20 days, and time's passing pretty quickly, so. He is assertive to the point of aggression, unwilling to let others get in a word edgewise. He is stubborn and sometimes acts without deliberation, tends to consider what others think of him. And I lost my spot. And he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he is quick to form negative views about things. He often feels discouraged, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally disregards tradition, doesn't care about nature one way or another, and doesn't particularly respect commerce. And doesn't care about family one way or another. Likes rock salt, gold, and wood opal. And his wife is two-headed, one of my military dwarves, who killed an Etten. He's got several friends in the fortress, and is a member of the Metalsmiths Guild. We've been in the capital since we started. There's a bug in the game. High Master Weaponsmith. All right, let's be making some silver hammers and some short swords. I don't have the stuff to make steel in this fort. There's no flux, so we'll just stick to iron, and I've got Goblinite. If I type in bars, we got 56 iron, 184 silver, 1 bronze. You know, we're getting there, slowly. All right, so let's go Mingcot, and let's just reset you as vampire. So I know. Everything is needed is for doctoring, okay. Let's just see, is there any doctoring related jobs there? Because you need bone setting. I realize, like, you know, this is a a vampire, so I shouldn't care too much. But I would like this dwarf to get tended to. It makes it impossible to get a monarch outside of luck. It's okay, though. I had no intention of actually becoming a mountain home or getting the monarch in this fort. So, to me, it doesn't matter, but yes, it does. Memorize? I mean, technically, like, anybody can memorize, or they all know what they did, the dwarves do, but they forget with time. It depends on how good their memory is. So now you need dressings. Okay, well, you guys just watch this dwarf for a second, chat. I will be right back. I gotta go use the washroom. Oh, I see. Are you cleaning wounds? Okay, you're set. Rambo Ambo now is setting bones.
Sandwich! Bring out your dead!
It's a unit system. I know this.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup! Gobble, 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 gobble.
Over here, he has a sword.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Alright. Backies.
Nuclear vessels.
Interesting place to take a nap. I mean, this dwarf is on this table, if that's what you're wondering, because dwarves do surgery on tables. So this dwarf was in surgery and is still in the process of being in surgery. And because they're in the process of being in surgery, they get put on a table. They'll do it on a bed or on the floor if there isn't one, but they prefer to do it on a table. You should put tables in your hospital? Yes, they do surgery on tables. Or they also will do surgery on traction benches, but just a plain table is better. It's better to have both. It's best to have both, rather. Maffle, what squad are you in? Let's just remove you from the military because you seem to hate it. We're getting very high quality spears. You guys are set to hammer squad. Let's make a new uniform. And let's call it full armor. Replaces clothing. Say breastplates. Helm, greaves, gauntlets, high boots, shields, individual weapon choice. Confirm. So in order for that to work, I still need gauntlets and boots. So let's do iron gauntlet and iron high boot. I'm gonna make 20 and 20. You give your chief medical dwarf an office with it being part of the hospital, and they do surgery on their desk. Oh, that's fucking funny. I had no idea that would work that way. That's really funny, actually. Okay, so I'm just gonna forbid everything down here. Wait for you to leave. It's gonna take a while. It'll take a while. Couldn't I do steel? Sure, if I had flux stone, which I don't. This map doesn't have any flux on it. I could do steel if I had flux. I don't have flux, so I can't do steel. I could import flux, but honestly, we have silver warhammers already, and masterwork iron gear is better than anything goblins will bring anyway, so it doesn't really matter. There's this thing about Dwarf Fortress where everybody likes to min-max in video games. You don't need to in Dwarf Fortress. A dwarf that is competent to skilled with a weapon that they like will generally do better than a dwarf who has the best weapon in the video game. Right. I've got to burrow you back up and into here. Poor guy. Sorry there, bud. But fortunately, this will get rid of this. And we'll give him access to socializing up in the tavern, up here. So he can peer through the cracks in the walls. Once he digs through this wall. No, the thing is, there is no way to have vampires without them eating people. So do not try and play a fort like this expecting them to be actually integratable into society and it to be fun to play and them to be fun to manage. Because it won't be, and they aren't, and they won't be. They're not fun to manage. They can't be integrated into society. They are a net negative and they will eventually self-destruct, and there's almost nothing you can do about it. All you can do is try to minimize the damage with time. That's it. That is all that you can do, is try and minimize it. At least these dwarves are all getting new items. You know, we've got cloaks now everywhere appearing, which is good. Got shoes being made. Can't you kick them out from the fort, though? Can you please explain to me how that would be an answer to your question? Like, of course you can. You can also arrest them and seal them off and do whatever you want, really. But that's not an answer to your question. Like, the question was like, or the question that was asked was, can they be integrated into the fortress? The answer is no. No, they can't. What need is wandering? Send them out on a raid to go attack something. Or let them be a hunter and be outside a bunch. They don't want to be in the fort, is the simple answer. No, exactly. Like, people see curses and they go, oh, goody, new toy. But the reality is Dwarf Fortress doesn't want you to use them, and it requires a lot of finagling and, like, optimizations to be able to, like, keep them from just self-destructing. Which, honestly, I kind of like it that way. I think that's kind of cool. I'd much prefer it stay that way, too. What's up, Hale? Let's see if you can socialize up here. Yes, you can. So this dwarf can now watch performances, interact from a safe-ish distance, and hear stories. So that's good. Cheers, Serena G as well in YouTube chat. I realize that's like 10 minutes old, but... So if you're reading about players with rooms of levers, let me tell you this. Doesn't work anymore, is from much older version of the game when stress was different. The reason vampires will inevitably self-destruct is they will always want to do this one thing. Well, they'll want to do two things, actually. All vampires just want one thing, and it's disgusting. They want to eat people, right? So this vampire hasn't eaten in a while, so everything he's doing is at 1/4 quality and 1/4 speed. Which is why his mining is so slow. Like, he's an adequate miner. He should be able to clear this in, like, a couple of ticks. Instead, it takes him about a day to finish one block. Like, it sucks unless he's eating people. So it's impossible to have a fortress with just vampires because they'll all just slow down and be really shitty dwarves. And it's impossible to integrate them into society because they need to eat to not be like that. But because of the way stress works, most of them, unless they happen to have the perfect stats, will go insane because they have to eat dwarves, because they don't like killing people. Dwarves don't like killing people. I know that nobody believes me on this, but it's the same reason, like, if you act all surprised, Pikachu, that your dwarves are depressed because you made a giant arena where dwarves witness murder every day, don't be surprised. Because dwarves don't like death. They don't like seeing things die. Yeah, eating is a death. So whenever they eat, they get more depressed, right? So most of them will inevitably just go nuts. Also, I need more rock blocks because we're running out. And also, all you need is them to decide that they want to make an artifact, and then the whole fortress slows to a crawl. Yeah, dwarves aren't goblins. Goblins are the ones that like murder, or are more indifferent to it. But even they will get distressed by it, even though their society permits it. Okay, what was I doing? I was doing something. Oh, I should do 10 iron minecarts, actually. Maybe just like 3. Ironically, humans are the evilest faction. Oh, wow. This is the first time I've seen stuff caving in a bit. Ironically, humans are the evilest faction in Dwarf Fortress if you actually look at the ethics. It's been a while since I've seen a cave in. I just think it's funny, because everybody presumes that it's like the elves or the goblins that are the evilest, but no, it's the humans. The goblins are just sad. The elves are just religious fanatics. The elves are the Lorax, the goblins are sad, and, you know, everybody else just needs a hug. But, you know. Yeah, because murder is legal in goblin society. So, although they still get expelled and become enemies of goblins, so, like, I guess they'd have to be fully integrated into goblin society in order for it to work. But I digress. We're in an ad break, so we gotta pause. Exclamation point tickets, if you want to see how many you have. Overnight, over 8,000. Joy Camp, capital DF me. I don't even want to run into that one. Are spears viable for squads? People gravitate to, quote, dwarfy. Everything is viable for squads, unless you're using wooden weapons. There is no not viable weapon. Just because you see people using a lot of axes and swords doesn't mean something else isn't viable. Spears are great. They have a really good blunt attack, and they also have a really good, like, kind of reach stabby attack. Swords are good at cutting stuff. Hammers are good if you want to just, like, impound somebody's skull through their forehead. Malls are good if you want to go to Toys R Us and then pick some stuff up from Bed Bath & Beyond. That's where you find the... Oh, God. The Universal Remote, yes. I'm sitting here, like, trying to quote that. I'm trying to quote Click, and it's not working. I actually don't like using axes because I try and reserve my axes for my woodcutters. Let's get all them squaddies training. Ah, caravan's arrived. It's time to trade. My God, I've actually got kind of a lot of clothing. Keeping the iron high boots that I've been making. Keeping those gauntlets because they're either getting melted down or used.
Woo!
Getting rid of that. Damn. It's quite the investing that happened. Dig down. And if you haven't found it yet, dig further. And if you haven't found it yet, then dig further. And if you haven't found it yet, then dig further. The only, like, easy way to find lava is to settle on a volcano. And don't ask me how many layers down, but probably within 25 of as far down as it goes. So mine goes down to minus 80, and the lava sea is at 70. So this is where the lava is. But I'm also on a volcano, so it was just on the surface here. So if you settle on a volcano, it'll just be on the surface. I kind of hope we have a third vampire too. I think it'd be really fun to build a little vampire colony of, like, multiples. I think that would be an interesting turn of events, but we'll have to see now, won't we? Did they bring any books? They did not. I will buy the fish, though, because as you may be able to tell from just the general vicinity, there isn't a lot in the way of, you know, fish here. It's a little chilly up in this part of the fortress. Buy that steel mini forge and those socks, too. Why not? And the cheese, if I can afford it, I can. And that. And trade. All right. Speaking of vampires. Wow. Still getting tended to. Still needs immobilization. This dwarf is like almost more splints than their dwarf at this point. Just make 20 copper splints. They will be living in the walls. I want them to feed off of the prisons, though. Well, she's in the process of being rebuilt. We're using cheetah soap. Oh my gosh. You stand up. Can't stand or grasp. Well, that's grim. It is possible that this dwarf might just go die, actually. Hold on. Interrogating Dewsum. How many more interrogations we have to do here? Not many more. What happened to them? They got beaten with a hammer by the hammerer. How do you manage so many things at the same time? I'm not. Like, Dwarf Fortress is very much a macro management game. You don't have to focus on every single minute detail. You can ignore 80% of what's going on. Basically, all I'm managing is clothing, food, and that is all automated at this point. And keeping up with bedrooms, of which I need one. So it's not as crazy as it looks. This dwarf is walking around with a giant gem. Did you claim a giant gem? Yes, you did. Why did you claim a giant gem that you're now walking around with? What a funky dwarf. They just think it's neat. No, totally. I just think it's kind of funny. Like reorganizing their clothes and then going and interrogating people. Well, let's just go to you. You are listening to poetry. Yeah, there's no way for me to heal this dwarf. It is possible their wounds could heal. Wait, what did that say? Yeah, I was going to say, your head hair is definitely torn apart. All of the hair that's still on your head. Because there's so much of it. Can you cure vampires? No. Yeah, by killing them, yeah. Pulverization. The election of Shorthouse Delcraft to the position of Holy Diamond of the Creative Treasuries in the midwinter of 218 in the Gilded Mushrooms, which is interesting. Embarrassed after watching a performance. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, shit. Buddy's up here just hanging out going, yeah, look at this. I saw a dwarf recite, surely the time can say, at the Gilded Mushrooms. It's arousing. He's aroused after watching a performance. So he's just like being creepy behind the wall. Undead have this problem. Swarmy, they're, well, dead. Undead have no blood. So whenever vampires come up, I'll put this plain and simple. Everybody always asks, and tries to like figure out in their head, how do I manage a fortress with vampires in it? Answer number 1, you don't. You can't cure it. They only eat living, intelligent creatures. So humans, elves, goblins, dwarves. That's it. And animal people, I guess. That are part of your faction that are sleeping. They don't eat necromancers and they don't eat other vampires. There is no way to safely integrate them into your fortress. It's not possible. Outside of what I'm trying to do here, which is putting them in the walls, trying to satisfy as much of their needs as possible so that they don't go eternally insane immediately, with the optional possibility of being able to feed off of my prison. Sure, no, they're definitely cool. But just realize, like, I'm stating these things for a reason, right? So, I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying that you're getting yourself excited over something that's not going to end super well for your own fortresses. I mean, you can try all you want, but you'll just be wasting your time. That's all. I mean, if you make a fort with a bunch of death traps in it, wouldn't it be pretty easy for you to know where the death traps are? Like, that sounds really cool, but unless somebody else makes it for you, it's not going to be that interesting. In YouTube chat? Going to play CUD for the first time? Enjoy. Enjoy. Have a good time, man. Were you, after wearing tattered clothing, what do you have that's tattered? Oh, you have gloves that are tattered. Or a glove that's tattered. You just tend to hope that they don't manifest ever? Well, the one that, like, kind of perplexes me is, like, people's fascination with were creatures, because vampires are a curse, right? But, like, if you're okay with the occasional random murder and some discontent in your fortress, you can have a vampire or 3 in your fort and it won't end your fort. But, like, were creatures are designed to fuck you over, destroy your fort, and kill you kicking and screaming. Like, they are the most haha you're fucked creature in the game. But I get endless questions about, like, how do I manage them? It's like, you don't. Like, you kill them. You get them out of your fort. I love how my interrogator failed to interrogate this child. That is amazing. Were creatures have great sprites. I will agree with that. Were creatures are the scariest creature to you? Chat, don't tell Greg and then some about night trolls. Just don't tell him about night trolls. His mom! Cop is yelling at me! It's the kid, probably. What's happening with all that green in the middle of the vertical road? Lava is underneath it. It's for aesthetics. See, here's the problem with that. If it's a friendly were creature and it's on your side, when the cage is sold, they're released from the cage and either put into another cage or released from the cage. Second, if they're not friendly, when the cage is sold, they're just released. They're not Trap a Void when they're not in were creature form, but you can't sell intelligent entities in Dwarf Fortress. Basically, catch them in a cage trap and crush them under a drawbridge would be like the equivalent of that, I would say. You must be really good at interrogating at this point. Talented and proficient. Ooh. Damn. I really, really, really wish that this list sorted top down. But it doesn't, so. Oh. We already interviewed the vampire, Mincott. Ah. Didn't do it successfully. Got it. I think you can unpause while it's in the justice screen, right? No, you can't. S80CH. You know, I tried to say your name yesterday, and now I'm like completely questioning whether or not I said it correctly. Thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs, mate. It's been kind of a little bit of a quiet day money-wise today, so thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded. A couple gift subs at a time. Yeah, we're like $60 away from my daily minimum. Is what it is. We did well yesterday. Also, it's a Friday. So thank you. Appreciate you, mate. Say it each? I mean, maybe. Just not sure how to say it. Alan, thanks for checking out a gift. Still doesn't have access to her hands. Man, I really wish you had access to your hands there, dwarf. Keeping you happy is going to be difficult. Like, difficult. Whoa! Ice Blue, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. That's almost a hype train. Hey, look, you got Indy and Merc. I know both of those people. Bruh, what? Died of infection, maybe? Yeah, it must have been infection. Yep, succumb to infection. Unusual Burrito, thank you very much for that brand new tier 1 subscription. Appreciate you greatly. No, they can't starve. They just get very slow and get a huge amount of mechanical debuffs. Man, I've got pretty good doctors, too. And a decent hospital. Well, rest in peace. Although, actually, this is interesting. We now know their real name. Olin Rissensiegen. Unknown. I wonder, wonder if I can memorialize them.
Ice Blue 220 cheered. X 200. Gotta keep the channel going.
Thank you very much for the $2, Ice Blue. Appreciate you. Needs another 3 subscriptions to level up. Primes work. Free subs work too. You have a good night, Bastet. Nap well. And also, hello, Eurus stuff. I'm going to engrave a memorial for that dwarf. See what else it tells me. But yeah, the second vampire has died. Bit of a shame. Bit of a shame. Very much of a shame, actually. Not just bit of a shame. What if the last name is that git name? That's not how, like, Dwarven grammar works. If somebody is just not a known notable figure, then you don't know. Just the occasional seasonal flu. Gotcha. A lot of people have the flu right now, it seems. Do you not have gems in here? I swear there was some. I guess maybe they took them all away. Kind of bummed that that dwarf died. But, you know, here we are. Can't save them all. You may have to refresh. Because you actually have to pop the notification for it to count. Darius? Oh, I see you resubbed with to the other channel. I see what you mean. I get it, no. Well, the difference is Mincott did. Okay. Chat, do I be a bad person, yes or no? Because they did admit all their crimes. A bad person would be my cops going rogue. Who are the 3 most upset dwarves in the fort? Selob, Nil, and Kickroast. Convict the first one of this murder, the second one of this murder, and the third one of this murder. That would be me being evil. Get them arrested. Once they're arrested, let Vampire eat them. That would be me. That would be me being evil. So who is the most upset dwarf in the fort? Selob, K-A-K-D. Thank you very much for the train with the 12 subscriptions and the $2. I can give you guys an update on the daily minimum soonish. Wow, really? He was performing? Oh no, he was excited remembering performing. Oh no, do you have a family? Oh, you do have a ton of friends, though. It's gonna get chained up. So here goes the first one. Humiliated, but feels pleasure being near a fine door. So now I can unlock that and unlock this. So now we wait for him to fall asleep. He could be sad. He's the least positive mood, yes. Actually, I would say he's not that upset of a dwarf. This dwarf is totally savable. But you guys said I'm gonna be evil, so we're being evil. Or at the very least, the vampire's gonna be evil. Who is currently right here. Currently. But we need this guy to fall asleep. Actually, something else I could do that would be diabolical. Can we organize? Are you asking if I can feed elves to them? Well, I would need elves to show up. I would need them to get arrested. And then I would need him to eat them. Theoretically, he could probably eat visitors, but can I arrange that? Not really. And also, I'm not going to do that because I don't want to go to war with the elves. I was just saying I'm feeling randy today. That's another term that I've learned because of Dwarf Fort. Okay, so now I can lock this. I'm getting thirsty. Also, Sparky, 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 I hope you're doing well. How's things? And Zon Lunars, hope you're doing well. Happy Friday.
We.
Gloves, how you been, dude? Thanks for the 25th month. Welcome back. Started playing Dwarf Fortress again over the winter break since you recently incapacitated. Still struggling with burrowing, though. Burrowing through an aquifer. Yeah, aquifers can be tricky, but it's something that it's good to learn. Oh, shit, and the captain of the guard is withdrawn from society. Talented woodcrafter? Do I not have a... I guess I don't have a craftsdorf shop. That's bonkers. That is bonkers. Some migrants have arrived. Is that a prison we're looking at? It's vampire Lunchables. I saw the story of the election of the dwarf necromancer Dicot Riddletown to the position of sacred flank of the Doctrine of Midnights in the late spring of 235 in the Gilded Mushrooms. Is that weird, Havoc? The way you say that with a question mark makes it sound like it's something that you're surprised by. Why are you surprised by a glass walkway over lava? It's not quite that simple, Vault. Because then I would need to open up the fortress to visitors, which I'm not going to do. Basically, like, you guys can make all these suggestions. I'm probably not going to do that. If for some reason I end up with a visitor that I'm okay with arresting, sure, we'll feed them the visitor. I'm not going to try and catch a breeding pair of goblins, because I'd need them to marry, which might take years. Also, fun fact, the reason there's gay dwarves in Dwarf Fortress is because dwarves breed so much faster than goblins that it's reasonable for them to just completely overpower every other faction. Those are wild animals. Anything labeled as a wild animal, a vampire won't eat. Those are all wild animals. So, a troglodyte that's part of a performance troupe, sure, I don't think that's possible. But they'd need to be like a visitor as in part of a performance troupe. They would need to be friendly to me as in like a merchant or something. But no, that's not going to work. Also, since I'm in an ad break, what do you need? I think I might actually straight up just be out of gems. Or rough gems, anyway. Just go designate some of those. I'm sure I can find some. Yeah, this is where I really need to just put my I play this game too much brain aside and just realize that vampires are fun. But it's I feel kind of bad just repeatedly saying no. Good luck feeding panda men. Because they need bamboo. I would not be able to keep them alive on this map. Sorry, that came out of nowhere. All right. We are now done. Glass is absolutely lava safe, but I just keep looking at YouTube chat and seeing Havoc saying, glass? Walkway over lava? Over the lava? Question mark. It's like, there's open lava right there. Like, what's the problem? I don't know. Clearly there's a problem somewhere here. Let's see, is this done? Maffle the Stonecrafter is throwing a tantrum. Excellent. Chained, stressed, hungry, thirsty. Okay, let's get you fed and drank. We don't want you dying here. What's up, Reinhardt? How's things? Chad, have you ever successfully kept vampires alive in your fort? If so, how'd you do it? I'd love to know your guys' strats, instead of people asking me what strats I think are possible / know are possible. Assuming somebody's here's... I'm just assuming somebody here's done it. No, they're not going to go for something that they can't feasibly get to if it's completely blocked off. There you go. No longer thirsty. How long do you have in prison here? 207 days. Excellent. Tons of time. Tons of time. Alive is easy. True. Having a permanently insane vampire chained up is way easier than having a sane vampire. You lock him up, prison time? Do you let him out at the end of the prison time, though? Then just forget about them? Yeah. You tend to introduce them to lava? Convict them of their crimes and then let them nap? The only way that this would be even funnier is if this is also a vampire, but I kind of doubt it. That would actually be the funniest end to this, is if this was also a vampire. But it's most certainly not. Because he, you know, took the food and water. They're pretty hungry and they usually go back to the prison pretty quick. Yeah, they come out, well, back to prison with you. I still think that my favorite, like, weird DF factoid is if a dwarf goes insane while in prison. So if they're chained up and they start running around babbling while chained up, they will eventually be unable to, what's the word? They will eventually become completely unable to be released from prison if they maintain insanity while in prison. And so instead of starving to death like a normal dwarf would, they'll just keep bringing them food and drink forever and they won't release them from prison, which I think is kind of insane. Like they'll literally just keep a dwarf on life support until they die of old age. You lost your dwarf part to Dragonfire? Really? Nope. It doesn't, dragons have the hottest thing in the game, which can melt literally anything, except for, like, constructed walls. Best you've done is lock them in an office, and they're always, but they always get elected mayor. Yeah, I'm pretty lucky that my vampire isn't actually the highest ranked official in the fort. It's actually kind of nice. I just don't want to miss this. One of those. So a dwarf tell the story of the election of Soxel to the position of Holy Boulder of the Diamond Communion in the late winter of the year 100. No, I'm not interested. Okay. So the entire fort was killed by it? It's kind of funny. I find dragons are one of those things where they tend to just randomly die. Like, they just randomly get killed by something. Like, somebody will just get lucky with an axe and behead it. And go to bed, dude. Get tired already. This really makes me wish dwarves would sleep more often. It's like, you are becoming very sleepy. The captain of the guard has created Nogastrus Rakust Osul, a Sangaro rib crown, and offers it to the Firefrost. What if this is the mayor's crown? So I think that's it, right? It's the one that starts with an N. Yeah. Go get it, Butch. You also want to do something creative, so I'll let you do some creative stuff for a bit. You know, let's do leather gloves and just do 100 of them, because I've just got a stack of leather right there and it's just sitting there. Might as well get some leather work going. So this item is a square ribwood crown. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of platinum and cushioned granite cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of pigtail, menaces with spikes of Sangaro ribwood, cave spider silk, and gabbro. On the item is an image of a Kusik skinny bands, the troll, of course, in Zircon. He is laboring, and it relates to the settling of the troll, skinny bands, and the finger of oracles in 23. On the item is an image of Vubok action, lashes the dwarf in platinum. I don't have any Vuboks. Was it Vutok or Vubok? VA. Nope. You're Tome Inks, so it's not that dwarf. I just wonder if it's like, did you make it after a dwarf that's in the fort? Go to sleep! Vampire mayor with a guard keeping him fed through criminals. That would be difficult because they'd also have to speak with the captain of the guard. That one would be difficult to complete. I mean, you could do it. You could certainly do it, but it would be difficult. Because they would have to meet with the captain of the guard to be able to do stuff. Although, I guess you could, like, have a situation like this where they have an office with a wall in the middle, because they don't need to be right next to each other to talk. I'm just really, really annoyed right now that this guy didn't get a friend and the other one died. The other vampire died of infection. Also, I should see what it says on this. Slab reads, in memory of Olin Rissin Negan, Get Nukasvus Dodok, Born in 145, succumbed to infection, slain by the dwarf Bim Dominok. Ah, took too much damage from you. Bookkeeper of the Rock of Omen, 174 to 251. Slayer of Zubal Guild Earth's loving wife and lover of native copper. So that's a little bit about our other vampire. Are you asking if you can become a king of a faction? A dwarf in your fortress can become the king of your faction. You cannot become the king of other factions. You can only destroy other factions or be peaceful with other factions. I mean, you could like take over all their sites, but that's not really becoming king. That's making your guy king. It's a little silly, I know, but we're literally just sitting here and waiting for this guy to fall asleep. Like, that is all that I'm waiting for right now. Would an artifact door be safe from building destroyers? Yes. They are untoppable. Dragonfire, not safe. Nothing is safe from Dragonfire. Quite literally, nothing. Yet, all you need to catch a dragon, or stop a dragon, is a cage trap. Like, literally, that is all you need, is a singular cage trap. I don't know what AGOT means, Keyboy. I mean, shields are safe, but that wasn't the question. Shields can block Dragonfire, but that doesn't mean that they're safe. Is there a specific theme to this fortress? I want to take back my old fortress. I want to try and utilize the 2 magic items I have in the fort. I had 3, but now I just have 2. And I'm trying to do that while also managing a vampire in the fort and keeping him happy. Which is why I'm waiting for this dwarf to fucking fall asleep so that this vampire can eat this dwarf. Ah, see, Game of Thrones is such a old series that I completely wiped it out of my recent memory and forgot that it existed mostly. So, you know. I have no idea how strong they are, because I didn't make it that far into that series. This is one of the most amusing series of job cancellations that I've seen in a while. Like, what are you doing? He's trying to detail the wall, and then he cancels it. Why does he cancel it? Why? Okay. There you go. He's sleeping. It begins. I mean, I would be. Who's ready? Watch him not do it. He's thinking about it. Come on. You know you want to. It's right there. It's safe. Go get him. He's right there. See? That's what I mean by they're red. His name go red. Did he not eat him? The hell? Oh, there we go. Finally did it correctly. It took him a few tries. It's out of practice. So the funny thing is he's probably going to go report the crime now. Or he's probably going to try and report the crime. So I'm just going to get him to engrave an image on this wall. Any image. Let's see where these snatchers are. charge forwards, and the dogs completely obliterate the goblins in a matter of seconds. But that's a low priority for this. Let's see what he engraves. CSI vampire. It's more like conspiracy vampire, but... McKenna, thank you very much for the 15th month. Appreciate you. Tolas, hello. And then after he's done that, I'm going to get him to dig out a wall piece down here. Once he's done with this. Took over a nearby fort. Now you have a 4-wagon caravan. Wait, what? What's wrong with a 4-wagon caravan? That's a good thing. They're camping at your trade depot. Oh, yeah, no. Deconstruct the trade depot and reconstruct it. But if they're actually refugees, that's kind of whack. Because that can happen. It's just exceptionally unlikely. Okay, so I've got 2 counts of disorderly conduct against Maffle, which I'm going to convict. Now that you've done that, I'm going to get you working on a little room down here. That'll be where you train in military stuff. Let's also go up to here and get you cutting gems. And also get you encrusting furniture with cut gems. So we'll give him some other activities. Oh no! Dorf was found completely drained of blood! Whatever shall we do? Shit. Best bury the body and move on. Nothing to see here. Right? We're also chaining up Maffle, the stonecutter who keeps tantruming. Shocking. Although, how long do you get in prison? Can't be that long. Also, it appears that one of my snails has also been convicted of some crimes. "29 days in prison? What if Vampy's gonna get hungry?" Another cold case, so strange, yeah. I mean, there was like 15 just a day or two ago. So what did he engrave? Oh, wow, he didn't even finish the engravings. What a lazy bastard. Best give you a bed. God damn, you are so slow. You are so slow there, Vampy. I'll get done with it eventually, I suppose. Oh no, he did finish it. Okay. He never finished the ones over there, but Forgotten Beasts is what he engraved. I guess in this instance, he would be the Forgotten Beast. Remember, his real name is Burr. Minotaur Tharama Odomaira Imas has come, a giant humanoid monster with the head of a bull. I do, but I've stopped having much interest in those types of mods, Kabilal, post Steam release, mostly because they really kind of need tile sets, and none of them have tile sets, right? At least in order for them to be watchable. So things that I like doing or have liked doing in the past personally are not things that I'm necessarily going to make content out of. No, I told my first vampire to go kill that dwarf who was in prison. There's no incorrect conviction there. Also, another, what's it called? The dogs are going to get it. Maybe not. Come on, Maffle, you got this. Here, let's send some squads up. I only have one vampire because the other one died. Green tea, did you get the kill? Yes, you did. Look at that. Well done there. I also don't know why there's just like dead chinchillas slowly filling up this area, but there is. It's kind of funny. In a weird way. Did she get one punched? Did she one punch it? Hits it in the head with the Warhammer, which smashes the brain. Yes. Did in fact get one shot. Oh, all this needs to be melted. What? This also needs to get drained. We'll just get this done. Well, the good news is the vampire is quite a bit happier than he was previously. Issue is, I need to figure out some way of getting him clothing. Because he needs clothing. And his clothing is getting old. So what I could do is I could let him take the clothing of the dwarves he eats. Just an idea. I'm Viviotic. Thank you very much for the second month. Welcome back. Also, investments are open if you care. I mean, we could do that. I kind of like the idea of him taking the clothing that is dropped by his victims, but I think he's going to go pick up equipment. It's already working. If anything, I would say that that's perfectly doable. So the way I think this should go is if the sentence of the dwarf is short enough and they don't fall asleep or he doesn't eat them, then we just leave it as is. Otherwise, if the sentence of the dwarf is long, don't really need rock blocks in here. Otherwise, if if the sentence of the dwarf is longer, then we wait, isn't it hide? Fresh raw hide. That's what I want. I don't want those in there. If their sentence is long enough that this dwarf doesn't, require the stuff, then it'll just be a non-issue. I'm just going to unlock this and go bed. Also, hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for Viviotic? Here we have this tradition where if somebody resubscribes, you post beers. Or the beers emoji, or my beers emote. It's up to you, though. Which one? Let's just get a round of beers. We can make a vampire pair. Vampires don't spread that way. They only spread by you getting cursed. Bonesaw, what up? I go cut gems. Also going to pause the cut gems. I just want you to do this. So I can lock this door again. Now we need you to fall asleep. Gorlaks not only can be necromancers, elephants in YouTube chat, but Gorlaks are just as intelligent as any other dwarf, and they also have the highest empathy stats and the highest natural, reading and cooking skills in the game. So Gorlaks are awesome. Also, this last name, Chucksacks. Yushat Chucksack. That sounds like this person's husband seems like a joke of a name. Imagine having the last name Yushat Chucksack. Okay, so you only get 10 more days in prison. So if they survive the night, Five Nights at Freddy's style, then I'm just going to let them back down. Otherwise, they will suffer as they do. Meanwhile, this dwarf over here is trying to figure out what a gem cut is. Yushat Chucksack? Maybe like a NASCAR driver from the NASCAR kart racing game that definitely doesn't exist. Like a fake NASCAR driver that's like half a joke, I wish that they would make another one of those Formula One kart racing games. Because the one that exists is just so out of date. It's got no even remotely current drivers. When the ads hit, because we're about to get hit by an ad break, I will pause the game. I don't know is this entertaining viewing, me just sitting here staring at dwarves waiting to see if they fall asleep or not? Do let me know. Also, for those of you, if you've watched the Haunted video on the Ghost Fort, if you haven't left a comment yet, please go either leave a comment or respond to another comment. Because that video had a really, really good first day, and it had an okay second day, and it's slowing down alarmingly quickly right now, recommendations-wise. So, videos like that live and die based on how much YouTube recommends it. So if you haven't left a comment yet or liked it, do one of those things, please. Just finish before coming here? Gotcha, gamer. Or respond to another comment. The most recent one I uploaded. Which is called I Let Ghosts Destroy My Fortress. It got like 12,000 views in the first 24 hours. Got 6, and now it's getting 100 views an hour, which means it's probably netting around 2,000 to 3,000 views a day, which is pretty slow for a video that new. Of that, scale, I guess. So, it's not doing poorly by any stretch, but, you know. If I can keep things going, I would like to. Oh, are you trying to bring her water? Aw. He's trying to get her water. How deep is this? I could let my necromancer, or not my necromancer, my guy over here make a well. You know, okay, no, I can't do it that way. Man, that would be super. So this well is limited time. It's going to dry up eventually. It would be really funny if I gave him a well here, and then he eventually just uses it as a means to escape out of the well. Just a vampire climbing out of the well is just a funny mental image to me. I really wish I had an aquifer on this map. At least one that I could find. Siege operator's been missing for a week? Interesting. I don't see any combat. I don't think I arrested anybody named Erdim. Checking my bedrooms. Maybe we do have another vampire. I mean, something else could have happened, but hey, chat, if I skim over a dead dwarf in one of these bedrooms, you point it out, right? Be like, Blind, you missed it. Certainly don't see one, though. Interesting. Also, this dwarf now is throwing another tantrum. Perhaps it's best that we just let you stay in prison. Now that's cheating. I'm not going to go look at the stockpile screen. But that is a way that we could find it out. I'll let the dwarves find it eventually. Let's just wait for you to go to sleep. See if he eats you. Also, I'm not going to go through the list of every single corpse that was ever on the map, which I would have to do if I were to go to the stockpile screen. Yeah, I really wish that this wasn't here. I'm not sure what he's doing here. Like, he keeps canceling his job, then walking that way. Trying to do something. I think he's trying to get food, is what he's trying to do. Which, honestly, not something I was expecting this guy to do. Well, I mean, ideally the dwarves would find them dead somewhere. I've got hammer lords now. I'm going to give this main squad a break. In fact, let's give these two both breaks. Come on, go to sleep. You know you want to. No, he's trying to... Well, he's trying to encrust furnitures with the gem because I told him to. But he keeps stopping doing that job. Not canceling it, just stopping doing it in exchange for trying to bring water to that prisoner is what he's trying to do. So he's trying to help the prisoner. Actually, where did he go? Oh, okay, he's like in the middle here. Yeah, see, he keeps turning around to try and encrust furniture. Vampires do some weird things. He's literally trying to get this bucket. So something I could maybe do. Let's throw this over here. I could also put alcohol in here. That's something I could do. Yeah, no, he's still trying to help him. That's fucking funny, dude. That is funny. Wants his food to stay alive after all. True. Yeah, no, I mean, I guess that's a fair assumption. What was the name of that dwarf who's now missing? This will tell me right here, right? Guess it doesn't. So I didn't see them find the body, but whatever. Go to sleep. Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll let you out. Depending on what happens first. Well, I mean, they are made out of copper, so they're not exactly crappy restraints. Dwarves like crafts worship. Free from confinement. I've now got to punish the Prime Minister twice. Because he's now, you know, down here doing his thing. As he does. Currently encrusting his soon-to-be front door to his bedroom. Oh no, trust me, it's certainly funny. It's certainly funny. Dwarves are just funny in general, you know? Like, it's a very funny concept that, like, oh yeah, no, is like super excited about being near a fine restraint is just a funny concept. Let's just get this sorted. This will send a lot of dwarves down here to go construct stuff. Get to work. Prime Minister has slipped into depression. Okay, so let's check the Captain of the Guard and the Hammerer. Have you gotten a sentence? Oh, I guess you already had your sentence. Yeah, you got beaten. It's kind of tough to keep the snails happy, I'm not gonna lie. They're not easy to please. I think something I'm going to do is this. I'm going to make a little room down here. And just make this into a clothing stockpile. Like just a gear stockpile in general. Just a small one, nothing crazy. And we'll put a door there. And then I'll let the vampire dig in. And take items out that he needs. Clothing-wise. Because I've just got, you know, all this stuff sitting here. And that'll just make this an easier way to do this. That, or even better, let's make some displays and do pedestals. Like, let's just say rock pedestal, because I need to make those anyway. Or, you know what, screw it. Instead of, like, limiting my disbelief, let's just go here and say tunic. There's a pigtail tunic. Let's go here and say trousers. Llama wool trousers. Let's say gloves. Robe. How about cloak? There we go. Mitten. Pull this lever. Let a dwarf come do this. We'll put all that stuff right there. And then just allow him access to this. And also thank you to anybody who went and interacted on that video. Because, like, you know, right? The way like this industry works at this point for me is I stream a fort for a bit, then I spend time editing it, and then I edit it into a video. And in order for those videos to be worth making without sponsors, they need to get about 100,000 views. For the amount of hours that I put into editing them. It's basically the way that conversion works. If they get less than that, that's not a bad thing. It just means that, you know, how do I word this? It's not a bad thing if they get less than that. It just simply means that I have to manage my time differently and prioritize things differently. So I got the mittens on display. The Guild of Beaching. So the Guild of Whales, I guess. You were watching it while doing dishes. It must have been a lot of dishes, man. It's not a short video. Certainly not a short video. Still like that you missed your dwarf dying. Many people missed their dwarves dying, Nate. Many people miss their dwarves dying, so I can't. Unfortunately, I can't necessarily help that too much, but I mean, the truly unfair thing is that Faint Speaker's like main character of the entire frickin' video, right? Oh, this is interesting. I told that dwarf to make a statue of whatever he wanted, and he made a statue of the deity of song. Statue or deity? Guess there's new pants in there. We're just waiting on a cloak. We're waiting on some gloves. We're waiting on a shirt. The cloak is there now. Just rotten foods going down there. Yikes. Let's also say pick. Let's do a steel pick. Just give you a steel pickaxe, you know? Maybe also a spear. And a shield. So you can train with something, you know? Nice giant cat. Yeah, they're giant cheetahs. Got 2 different dwarves bringing items for display. Curious what item you're going for here, dwarf. Oh, I see the shield. There it is. There's the pick. So our dwarf here can get a new tunic, can get gloves. Oh, we need socks. How could I forget socks? And Lanix wants you to post beers chat. There you go. Which I only just saw. Shows how well I'm looking at chat today. It's been a long week. I don't know about you guys, but like, I hope that you all had a really relaxing holiday, because I'll tell you this, the holidays for me is one of the most exhausting times of year, genuinely. Purely because like, I have all of the holiday stuff to do, plus also I have to do my normal streaming things. So between normal streaming things and also having holiday stuff happening, the holidays are just exhausting. Like, I felt quite burnt out by the end of the holidays. It's actually one of the reasons I just kind of elected to just take the day off and finish that video instead of streaming. Because I was just like, I need to disconnect for a little bit. Because I was working kind of a ludicrous amount for that period of time. So that's 2 socks there. Everything's there. Pigtail tunic hasn't arrived yet. Let's maybe put a different tunic on here. I'm starting to think maybe... Yeah, we'll just hold off on the tunic for a little bit. Just remove that. Okay. Let's get this pulled. Did I at least get my hike in? I did eventually, yeah. It was okay. It was very, very, very busy. Stonecrafter's tantruming. The Stonecrafter is now committing a crime by punching a dog. Don't know if that'll actually get reported or enforced in any way, but... I also need to go down into here and start putting flooring into this. Let's just go granite. And gabbro. So this is going to be Gab. This is going to be another guild hall. Do green glass. Snowing like crazy here where you're at right now. It's just cold here. Like this weekend my water bottle was frozen this morning, and I leave it by the window, so it was pretty chilly this morning. For me, at the very least. Okay, so something I'm going to do. Take this squad leader. I'm really debating on sending my squads to go fight. The question is, am I quite ready to do it? Because my defenses are not worked at all. You know, this might seem like mean, but I just presume that everything that people are telling me is in freedom units. For whatever that's worth. That is just my assumption at all times. Because most people it is like 60% of the chat. Let's just get you putting stuff away and storing stuff in stockpile so you can claim it. Here he goes. Yeah, that, and I generally just do the assumption in my head. But, yeah, that is cold. 0 Fahrenheit is really cold. Satisfying acquisition. What did we acquire here? Got new gloves. I could also let him have the earrings. Your computer didn't burn down? Oh, did you do the rendering? I was gonna say, you know, you don't have to spend a bunch of time rendering stuff for me. It's totally fine. Like it is fine as is. I would say. But thank you for the updated render. For those of you who don't know, Suited Giraffe rendered the very silly outros I do for my videos. Okay, so he's got a new glove. Got a few other new things. New pair of pants, looks like. And he's putting them all away. Look at this. He's putting them all into his bedroom. Well, you may be a vampire, but at the very least, you're an organized vampire. Does need a new tunic. Although the pants he put on is midnight blue with dimple dye. I mean, bananas for scale is the only... It's like swatch internet time and blocks. And, are you stealing a scepter? Or did I accidentally... I must have unassigned a scepter. Whoops. Let's put that back, please. We've also got a fancy door, which is encrusted with citrines. There you go. Now let's lock this door again. So our vampire is now a proper cloaked vampire with a cape. Personally, I think it looks good on him. Now put on a truly splendid item. And then if we go up here, would you look at that? Arthur the Cheesemaker's in prison. I don't know what for. What did you do? Oh, violation of a production order. What do you think, chat? Does Arthur the Cheesemaker seem like vampire food? What do you think? I'd love to know. That's what this fort is turning into. That is what this fort is turning into, yes. Not good enough of a reason? If it's the mayor's, that's the only production order that he could deny. But Butch Cats is the mayor, chat, just for reference here. Maffle, on the other hand, whoop, what was that? Oh, it's probably me butchering animals. Spring has arrived. Oh, no, okay. Bunch of animals died of old age is what happened. Because spring's arrived. All right, well, let's let him do his thing for a little bit. That being said, who's upset? You're feeling guilty after being confined. What if I interrogate? What if I interrogate Arthur? Can we discover any other crimes that you've been convicted of? Oh, I've got tons of milkable animals. I've got trillions of pigs. Pigs are milkable in Dorfort. If you didn't know. Subject was too afraid to not comply, and made intimidating remarks. Would have set the vampire on you. All right, well, let's begin doing a thing. Although I'm going to start this off very safely. And the thing that I'm going to begin doing is I'm going to go dig around until I find something that is abandoned and has items in it. Let's go get us some books. Wow, there's another goblin fortress. There's a destroyed fort all the way up there. Let's go explore that with you. Is there anything over here? I swear there should be something, but there really isn't. I'm curious. You know what they say, curiosity killed the dwarf. A planter guild is what we need to make next. So this down here is going to be a planter's guild. Which I will do while the ads are playing, because we're currently in an ad break. And also, since we're in an ad break, I will leave the game paused. But I want to check something. How are we doing on that daily minimum? I'm currently $10 below the daily minimum, but we'll probably make that up in ads. So no pressure there. Nothing crazy today, but not expecting anything crazy. Currently have a very hard time going around a light aquifer. Why are you trying to go around it? Just go through it. Let's go straight through it. Just get underneath it. Literally dig down one layer like this. Wait for them to finish digging it. Then when it's all dug out, you smooth the walls and then dig down the next layer. Just do it one layer at a time and do nothing else. And it'll get done pretty quick. Probably not. Path of Acra is a longer stream, end of day thing. Friday streams are never as long as the other day streams. So yeah, probably not. Unless, I don't know, I get into a really strange mood. Path of Acra is a very difficult game to stream because a lot of, well, actually for me, just games that aren't Dwarf Fortress are very difficult games to stream. Because, not to be mean to you guys, but a lot of you like dwarfs, which is cool. But a lot of you tune out the second I do literally anything else, which makes streaming not Dwarf Fortress difficult. So. What do you mean for an artifact? Artifact what? Although difficult's maybe the wrong word. Frustrating is maybe the better word. I mean, nobody's in a strange mood. I don't think. Yeah, no. When did I say strange mood? Odd. Why would one tune out for CUD? I mean, I could just show you my stats. I had an average of 30 to 40% less people watching during the CUD streams with the exception of the release day. Clearly, I'm tired. Clinodev, before you start interrogating me as to why I haven't started working on Future of the Fortress yet, it's been a long week, okay? I just spent 60 hours editing another video. I'll get it done this weekend. I mean, at the end of the day, right? Like, this is a business, and if I'm going to stream a game that brings in a smaller portion of an audience or less audience in general, I have to space it out and do it when it's smart, right? Like, it's not going to stop me. I'll absolutely play games that aren't Dwarf Fortress, and I'll absolutely play games that less people tune in for. It's just a matter of I have to do it smartly, you know? I swear to God, I never push him. Chad, he knows where I live. It's part of why I'm moving. He keeps sending these guys that just, they stand outside of my house and they wear fedoras and they just chant in weird tongues. It's terrifying. Please send help. All of this is fake. A large CUD community? Well, if you could ask another 100 of them to tune in while I'm streaming Caves of CUD, that'd be fantastic. I'm hoping that that'll change because CUD has gotten a lot bigger, but at the end of the day, I'm moving at the end of this month. So I gotta prepare for something that's inevitably gonna come with moving, which is I'm gonna be streaming less probably during, not this month, but the following month. So I have to be smart about what I stream. Oh, you mean the video that I made that underperformed hugely and still hasn't broken even? I appreciate it. I hope that you enjoyed it. I hope it breaks even soon. That'd be cool. Especially in a cold biome. Oh, this fort is just like an absolute shit show when it comes to like being cozy. Dorfin like the sun don't shine. Let me tell you. Username checks out, Ice Blue. Nah, it's fine. I'm just a bit too honest sometimes. I shouldn't even be talking about this to be completely frank with you guys. I never call it COQ. In fact, I actually respond to chat less if people call it COQ because I've always called it CUD. And it just devolves into dick jokes usually if people call it COQ. So rather than calling it COQ, I just call it CUD because then people know what you're talking about. Whereas I personally, it looks like you're talking about a weird Command and Conquer mod. Otherwise, man, I just realized I screwed this up royally. Oh well, it's fine. So I could just do that, channel those two out, and for this one, channel those two out. Yeah, I don't really like CDDA. It's not quite my cup of tea. It's ironic coming from the guy who plays too much Dwarf Fortress, but it suffers, for me, it very much suffers from the, oh help, oh god, this game has too many cooks in the oven problem. Like, there's 10 trillion people working on that game, which is great, in theory. But the problem for me is it is one of the most bloated games I think I've ever played. Which, for some people, is great. For me, I find it just makes it kind of difficult to enjoy. Because it's got a lot of mechanics that, like, not only don't fit the theme, but just kind of are there for some reason. And that isn't a super appealing thing to me. Ironically, at this point, I think I probably like Project Zomboid more, which I guess isn't that lesser known these days. Purely because Project Zomboid just has, you know, a lot more focus and direction. It's like, I know Dwarf Fortress is known for being like feature creep the video game, but to me, CDDA is the king even above that. Even above Dwarf Fort when it comes to feature creep. So. That and it doesn't help that I just kind of don't really like open world survival crafting games that much. I can start draining. Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead is what chat's asking me about. It just abbreviates to CDDA. But it's Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. Oh shit, I didn't give him the right pickaxe. You should go get the pickaxe. Where are you going? You gonna go socialize? Probably. Didn't feel anything while watching a performance. Well, how about if I make you drop your pickaxe? You should have access to the better one, though. I guess you'd have to come get it first. Instead, you're just standing here and then gonna go socialize eventually, maybe? Okay, really wants abstract thinking. Okay, so let's... I was gonna give him something unrelated, but let's give him just a tiny little library. Go think. Or don't. Are some dwarves just unable to be happy? Yeah, just like me IRL. It's called depression, mate. My squad... Okay, so... Okay, hold on. I sent out one of my squads on a mission to go explore this place, and they've now come back. But one of them is gone? They found nothing, sure. But what happened to the militia commander? Guys? Yes, I separated the vampire from the fort. I look like, let's see. No, because they're not here anymore. Oh. Well, that explains why that random dwarf went missing, by the way. Okay. I was wondering what the fuck happened there. That is, I guess the answer to that question. What happened? So, this map is fucked. And they're stuck in a frozen block of ice. Basically. And they can't move. But the simple answer to that question is the map is fucked. But that's okay. It's part of the aesthetic and design and appeal. But doesn't change the fact that it is kind of fucked. The real question, though, is the Airbender or James Cameron's? God, that's fucking funny, man. This might actually be why they're not coming back onto the map, though. Or they can't climb out. There's no ceiling, or there's a ceiling and there's 4 walls. There's no way for them to get out of here. They are stuck in here. So these are migrants, and they're stuck in here, and they're starving to death. Now they're not stuck in here, so they can now enter the fort. But I'm trying to make this more accessible. Morale, the peasant has been missing for a week. Now I've got another peasant who's been missing for a week. Which... Now I gotta check the edges of the map. But it's certainly possible they're just kind of stuck in glaciers somewhere. This is not normal, by the way. It is awesome, yes, but this is not something that normally happens. Not something you should have to worry about, generally. I've kind of done this to myself. I just think it's kind of funny that, like, my migrants are just getting stuck in the ice and not able to get to the fort. Which would also actually explain why they're... not getting found dead. What? Oh! Somebody melted. Welp. Well, someone's a genius, I suppose. We're just down here pondering reproductive behavior. You know, he feels doubt. I ain't getting laid in the future. This vampire probably. Oy vey. Is that supposed to be on fire? Nothing was on fire. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Seems like some sort of utter nonsense. Was there supposed to be lava there? Yes. Gosh. That is super fucking silly. That's all I really have to say, is that is super fucking silly. Super goddamn silly. So he's now gotten to ponder the thing he wanted to ponder. So I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to give him a temple. I'll just connect it to the Abyss of Lutes, which I think is my no particular deity temple. There you go. So now he's going to pray. So he can get all of his praying dones. I'm also going to get him to place his statue. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. But I guess I lost a dwarf. Somebody got stuck off map and or died at some point or defected or was a criminal and just decided to leave. But I lost one of my militia commanders, which sucks. It's not a they're still coming back on the map. They're gone. Like not in the fort anymore. Gone. Gone dead. Gone. So Esm the leather worker has been possessed. Baby cheetah has the zoomies. Or adult cheetah, I guess. So you pray for a bit. I'm presuming they're going to claim this, which is you. I'm kind of sad that the vampire trek here has kind of vanished. Died of hunger on the trek? Sure. That is pretty unlikely, but even in adventure mode. Because there's quite a lot of livestock and animals out there they could kill, but... Because, like, they went there and they came back and there was nothing there. The place that I sent them, though, is actually a place that my adventurer claimed. So I was kind of hoping they would fight with or return with my adventurer, but guess not. Rough green gems. Is that everything you needed? Yep. Bobette and I cut. We're also, like, short on beds. Oh, jeez. I don't know why this is... I don't know if this is a DF hack script that I need to disable or something, but... bedrooms are starting to get disabled when the soldiers leave. I fucking hate this. I want them to stop doing this. I don't know why they're doing this, and it's driving me nuts. It's like, just be assigned to my soldiers. It's fine. So migrants have arrived. Another thing that may happen with that dwarf that disappeared is they may show up with migrants. It's possible. Hi, Master Stonecarver, eh? Master skill sees that those who aim to master a skill a horrible waste. Can you get a scholar, otherwise the one making the artifact is good? No beard preference? Is that here? Okay. Some dwarf not from here just got elected Sacred Gold of the Youthful Sect. I don't really have any scholars. It seems like something DF Hack is doing. Yeah, I need to disable it. It's probably part of another script to just auto redo their bedrooms, but I don't want that either, so. Does this work, Sage? Perfectly okay? Sweet. She is obsessed with order and structure in her life and everything kept in its proper place. She has an incredibly calm demeanor, frowns on any flashy accoutrements, and is rarely moved beyond by curiosity. She is uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself and finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She does not often feel lustful and she has an active imagination. She has a greedy streak and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She mutters under her breath when she's trying to remember something and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family and personally sees the whole pursuit of art as silly. And doesn't care about nature one way or another. Doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. Likes gypsum plaster and billen and cinnamon and glossier and the color yellow and leather armor. Two-humped camel men for their humps and melon vines for their fruit. I'm pretty sure that person's not dead. They're probably just living somewhere else, but I digress. You can use whatever headcanon you want. They're gone, is what matters. You're married to Vukar. You're a very happy dwarf, it seems. You want a dedicated temple to the Granite denomination. Just gonna get that done. And you're currently making an artifact with 3 pieces of leather. Cougar leather, chicken leather, and rough green zircons. And it's going to be a leather artifact. So it'll be a legendary leather worker in no time. How do you turn on that migrants notification? Go to escape. Settings, announcements, and then scroll. I think you can just filter by fortress, and then go migrant, and then set pop-up. It's one of these. Undead attack, you see. You can go kind of crazy with this stuff if you want. You can make the game very unplayable. First caravan, monarch, satisfied monarch, mountain home, embark. Diplomat left unhappy. You failed to dismount. How's that a fortress mode thing? Found a feature. Praise the miners. Gremlin. Migrants. There it is. Migrant 1. Migrant. Danger. No migrants. Just click yes. In case it was the vampire that ate them. I mean, so I can tell you for a fact, what happened was a bug. So no, that's not a mechanic that can happen. Barieth, the leather worker, has created Bobet Nikot, a jabberer, leather armor, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Vukar, run standard. Well, it's very unfortunate for you. Wait, what? But Vampire is going to use it as some hobby workout gear, but thank you very much for your armor. Speaking of armor, the Mountain Home did request armor. Let's make 30 armor out of leather. Yeah, it really is useful. Originally, you had to edit a notepad file to change those settings, but it took I don't know, about 6 months or so after the game released on Steam, and then they added that in-game menu in, and it's lovely that I don't have to, like, you know, go edit a INI file to make it work. Right, we're clearing a lot of his needs now. At this point, he just wants to get martial training and do something else. So let's... Can I do this? No, I can't actually put him in a squad right now. Well, actually... Okay, maybe I could put him in a different squad. Let's wait until that armor's there. Wait, what? Why'd you forbid this? Uh-oh. So a tantrum happened, and Maffol just punched Endok. Did you report the crime? Because, mate, that's a crime. I'm not sure which Maffol it was, but it was one of the Maffols, the Stonecrafter. Let's interrogate... Okay, this is the wrong Maffol, I think. Yeah, wrong Maffol. But we'll interrogate the other one. See if we can get another crime convicted. Because I'd rather do this legitimately instead of illegitimately, right? Because, I mean, if you're going to go around accusing people of crimes, you might as well do it in a way that it's not going to, you know, off the fort. So, chat, it's Friday. Got any plans for the weekend? This is the clasps of admiring. So you can just train now by yourself. I'll boot you out of the squad. Keep breathing? Yeah. D&D and cleaning your apartment. There you go, Kazoom. I need to play more Stalker, because that thing's been updated quite a bit. That is a game I need to kill my stream with at some point as well. Is some more Stalker. Although I think I'm going to start over whenever I do go back to it again. Are you in prison? Wow. No, you're in hospital. So we're trying to interrogate a dwarf who's actively in hospital. Must have lost a fist fight. It runs pretty well now. Oh, that's good. So I'm just gonna put an office here and assign it to my captain. That or I have to deactivate the hospital for a bit. Got harder? That's fine. There we go. Now you're done being interrogated. Let's see. No new information? What? Subject complied. No new information was real. But you tantrumed and you hit somebody. It's bullshit. The fuck? Like to speak to your manager. Chat, I'm in an ad break. I'm gonna go grab my lunch. Actually, what time is it? I'm not that hungry. I'm just gonna go use the washroom and refill my water. I will be right back.
Sandwich! Cheese for everyone! Flubberdubberdaggadaggies? Gobble, 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 gobble.
Yeah. Sandwich, cheese, gobble, sandwich. Sure. Noted.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Kind of surprised you didn't admit to any other crimes.
Sandwich!
I'm gonna falsely convict somebody. Okay, who's the most upset dwarf? Kick roast the miner? So Dominok over here is going to go and chain up Kick Roast, the miner. And I also am not entirely sure why there's a bin in this. There shouldn't be any bins in that. Who put that bin there? Pathfinder with the homies, buying dirt for the garden. That's something I need to do, is get some garden stuff done for the year. So he needs martial training to clear. So he needs to gain some sort of skill. I love how Dominok just fucking loves his job. Just loves his job. He just like watches performances and eats stuff and then occasionally just arrests somebody. Like, adores his job. Now we wait for you to go to sleep. That's truly what we do now. Who could it have been? Who could have done such a thing? Wait for combat training? Oh, that's not good. I may actually need to boot this dwarf out of this squad entirely. But the main squad is also back now, so let's check in. So this was the other explore job. That's what the main squad did. They walked through a haunted forest, over one mountain, through a mirthful forest. No, that's not mirthful. Over another mountain. Through the very populated portions, through the very deep valley. Searched fog seers. They looted a bunch of books. And are now returning home. Play Morrowind, play Dwarfs. Vanilla Morrowind or modded? And knit. Not necessarily in that order. Yeah, my plan for the weekend is I actually have to get caught up on my blog posts. Maybe I'll just say fuck it and actually finally make like an idea submission form for fortresses. I need to do a year in review post of some sort. I need to edit Future of the Fortress. Yeah, I don't have a life. I might go to the pub if I need to talk to other people, which is likely. Wait, what? Destroy other building. Excuse me? What are we destroying? You know, Suited, you could submit that to the ideas form of my Google form that will have very, very, very default settings if you like. But all I can really say is you could submit that if you want. I'm not going to do that. But you could submit that if you really want. I'm not going to use any CAPTCHA for anything ever, honestly. Filter. Suited giraffe spam. Yes, reason obnoxious. So now we wait for this dwarf to go to sleep. You're on the nostalgia train, gotcha. You're over here socializing. The ironic thing is he wants to be with family and friends, but he has no friends. Kind of tempted to just skim through and see if anybody just has like any crazy numbers of groups that they were part of. Would be the only real chance at finding you know, like another vampire, but something I could do is I could make this vampire kill himself to turn the whole fortress into vampires, but that would be obnoxious to manage. Oh, actually, you know what? You know what probably happened? You know what probably happened? Probably what happened was the leader of this squad was a religious dwarf. Then when they returned, they just stopped being part of the squad. That's probably what happened. So let's just throw in Q and Green Tea as leader of this one. And let's go find something that's destroyed or abandoned that I can go rob. I mean, cough, steal stuff from. Lanix would like me to dwarf Bobtron. Chat, does Bobtron deserve a dwarf? Yes or no? Yes or no, chat? Does Bobtron deserve to be dwarfed? Wealth tactic, the festive incident. Huh. I'm always tempted to try and steal those things. All right, chat. Bob, do you want a beard with a dwarf with a? Do you want a beard with a dwarf? Bobtron, would you like a dwarf with a beard, or would you like a dwarf without a beard? I did say beard with a dwarf. That wasn't me like covering for myself. I actually said that. I'm gonna put pigs in here. Not that. Certainly not that uncle. Nobody is that uncle. Prime Minister is throwing a tantrum, and now we have a bunch of cases of disorderly conduct. Since the vampire's refusing to come up here, I will open this up. Convict you with all your cases of disorderly conduct. Ah. Beat criminal it is. Vampire feeding difficulties. Pigs go in that space. They're not technically in the space. Zealous after punishing somebody with a beating. Well, there you go. So, chat, what kind of dwarf does Bob get? What kind of dwarf does Bob get? It's up to you guys. What do we think? One says oldest child in fort. Anybody else? Anybody else want input? One that floats. So nobody. Dwarves don't float, they sink. Oh no! The elf Olaf Awathamoria has come, a medium-sized creature dedicated to the ruthless protection of nature. Hold on. I have cold cases. Can I... Come on. Trying to arrest this elf. Hold on. This is... You want to kidnap a werewolf? You don't? I know exactly what I'm doing. I mean, no, I don't, but I know what I'm trying to do in theory. What? Excuse me, all right. What? Why is there a dead dwarf underneath you? More importantly, why is Kick Roast in pieces? Okay, Hammer Dwarf. Hammer Dwarf, Hammer Dwarf. Okay, but why? What? I don't fully understand why a bunch of people are suddenly bloodied and dead. Like, you committed a crime, but not that kind of crime. You didn't do it. Ah. It's a classic case of the hammerer is too strong. So it's if the hammerer doesn't kill them, somebody else does. The vampire does, basically. That's not great. Oops, indeed. Feed it to the... I mean, that was kind of the plan. It's kind of ironic, actually, that, like... It's kind of ironic that the vampire is like a less painful death than just going to prison in this fort. Where the fuck are you going? You're gonna kill yourself on my weapon traps. Oh, I guess not. You are gonna see my dog. You're in conflict with something? You need a weaker hammer? Well, are you running away from a cat? Although I would say, do we need... I mean, this is becoming like a corrupt politicians fort. So if this is becoming a corrupt politicians fort, what? No sentence pending? Okay, fuck it. Triple what?
NANI?
You literally have been convicted of 3 counts of murder. And you're telling me. You're telling me. Right now, I was trying to do eternal battle with that cat, but like, because I've absolutely arrested like random visitors before. Why can't I arrest this person? Why not? I mean, they've got 40 confirmed kills. All right, anyway, we need to give Bob a dwarf. So let's... The only thing I recall seeing was the oldest child. So you get Zon. Bob Tron is delighted remembering watching a performance and always acts with mercy at the forefront of her consideration after seeing a Warthog man's dead body. She is conflicted by this as she sees those tendencies as impotent for the quest for power. She is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others, has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, is a noticeable lack of perseverance, and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, can handle stress, and has an active imagination, a sense of humor, and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, is trusting, and often is nervous. Could be considered rude, and tends to not reveal personal information. Her voice trails off whenever she's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. This isn't a hostile unit, though. This is a friendly unit. But I guess, yeah, they are considered hostile as they will get hit by cage traps and such. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes that the acquisition and power of over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect. Thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting and is put off by the idea of friends. Strongly believes in that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and dreams of mastering a skill. Likes zinc, shell opal, and elk. Hates snails, prefers to consume durian wine and tapir's milk. I wonder what durian wine would taste like. Your mom and dad are both in the military, and you have a younger sister. Welcome to the fortress. And you even have your own bedroom. All right, well, I guess we'll just have to kill this elf then, hey? Who's just, you know, playing fucking Happy Feet on my traps. I'm not sure what they keep ending up in combat with, though. So we Game of Thrones this fort? Every dwarf fort is kind of like a mini Game of Thrones level of intrigue. I mean, a lot of the stuff that happens in Dwarf Fort is just kind of like goofy family drama, right? It'll take the soldiers a bit of time to get there, but I'm sure we'll get there. We do also have some crimes getting reported, because Mathol is tantruming once again. So that's good. At least we're getting some new crimes. So it seems like Mathol here has got some disorderly conduct under their belts. And as for the elf, well, they're trying to escape and seem to be very terrified of cats. Are you actually terrified of cats? That'd be too funny if that's true. No, she just finds blind honesty foolish. Does not care for cats. Well, anyway. There she goes. Thanks, Saitun. Well done. Well done. All right, let's report some crimes. Ironically, the first crime that Mathol was convicted of before they started tantruming. That was a false crime that they were convicted of. So I sort of created a criminal here. All right, well, you're now seriously injured. Ability to stand is now lost. Courtesy of the Hammerer. I could just unassign the Hammerer. That would actually be the better thing here. 85 days in prison is what she gets. After she gets rescued. Oh. A vile darkness force has arrived. Well, I guess that means, Chad, it's time for you to give me a good old vile force of darkness in the chat. Because it's time for us to lock the front door and prepare for a little bit of good old-fashioned war. And because we are short on military, I'm going to assign some giant cheetahs and some war dogs to this militia captain. And station them right there. Just make sure everybody's in this burrow. As my main squad comes back. The ordered pedals have returned, which means they may collide with the enemy. They went up here and fought with this location. Tholteg Mini Monster's tactical planning was superior to the Dwarf Hurricane cultists' Chuck Creed, but the defenders had a slight positional advantage in hold crack. And the ordered pedals, ably led by Tholteg Mini Monster, clashed with 3 goblins, slaying them. And then fought with the cultist leader a little bit, but we won. And I'll bring down the other squad as well, because I might as well. So it should give me a total of 6 militia dwarves here. Now we wait. Let's see where these goblins are. I was gonna say, there's no way this isn't accessible, right? Because they can just go down to this. And this is definitely accessible via right here. You're trying to... Oh, you mean like you're trying to embark from? You cannot embark from player-made fortresses. You can travel to player-made fortresses from your starting location, but player-made fortresses are not starting locations in adventure mode. You're not like part of your fortress by default. You are a part of the faction that you start as. So it's not that it doesn't use the whole world. It does use the whole world. You just can't start. They're not starting locations, basically. Hey, chat, can I get a couple more Vile Forces of Darkness? I realize it's not a huge siege, but still a siege. It's the first real siege of the stream. These dwarves seem to need to practice their cardio a little bit. Well, they got one.
Crypt Vile Force Crypt of Darkness Crypt Vile Force Crypt
That's
of
2.
Darkness Crypt Vile Force Crypt of Darkness.
Thank you,
Crypt,
Drakensoul, for the
Vile
16th
Force,
month, by the way.
Crypt Vile Force Crypt of Darkness Crypt Vile Force Crypt of Darkness Crypt Vile Force Crypt of Darkness.
You get what you ask for, I
Vile Force,
suppose.
Crypt of Darkness.
The Hammer Dwarf blocks the flying copper arrow with a copper shield, and the goblin says, "Death, I feel very uneasy." Get him, dwarves. Weird. I don't know why they were stuck. Oh, is this inaccessible? Kind of seems that way. We've got a lot of, like, problems now with the amount of ice we have here. Let's just go from, like, right here, maybe? Just gonna have to dig, like, interesting little sets of tunnels everywhere to actually siege things. It's gonna be a bit painful, but is what it is. And the dwarves are retreating. Let's get them back to constant training. Used a large map for your world. It seems it's just using a corner that only has humans. Allow me to reiterate. The game will give you starting locations based on the fact of the character that you started as, okay? Not every location is startable. Not every faction is playable in every difficulty level. So, or gameplay mode, because there's wilderness peasant, there is like normal person, and then there's chosen. Chosen, usually you'll only get humans from what I've seen so far from my experimentations. The one in the middle, you'll have a bit more variety, and the one on the right, you'll have everybody, but nobody. Don't play the one on the right. So different factions are available depending on your selection and character that you're trying to play. And not all locations are available to every character. And some locations are unavailable to anybody. One of the ones that's unavailable to anybody, I don't know why this dwarf just died. One of the ones that is not available to anybody. Oh, did you die to a goblin maybe? Yes. Got hit in the throat by a goblin. Well, that's kind of grim. Anyways, not all locations are playable. You're going to just have to trust me here. You can absolutely travel to your fortress and they will not be hostile to you regardless of what your starting faction is, unless you attack them. But that's the kicker, is you have to travel. So, not sure how else to phrase it. I think I did it as best I could. Hopefully that information helps a little bit. Okay, so did we end up with anybody else in prison? Just the snailman. This is going to take a while for them to dig in it. Not too long, hopefully. Yeah, the reason like starting locations are somewhat limited, Cryptoman, I hope you don't end up in an ad in a second. If you do, just let me know. Is because some locations are like unexitable, if that makes any sense. Like some locations are either impossible to exit or very difficult to exit. Some locations are very dangerous or actively in wars, and it's not the sort of thing you want to just appear in. Especially if you're trying to play as a Chosen. Chosen have some pretty specific, like, world gen requirements that not all factions will have access to. So, got the ad crap. Well, then I guess I could start over. Chat, I don't know. What's the last thing you ate? I had oatmeal for breakfast. It had quinoa in it. It was tasty. Hey, I've hit the daily minimum. Nifty. I put, like, raisins in it. That was also pretty good. Might eat a boiled egg sandwich with chicken on it for lunch after stream. It's a good time. Just kind of waiting for the ad to end so I can start talking again about the thing that I'm talking about without forgetting about it. You haven't eaten? What? The hell are you doing? Next, they're gonna tell me you've been at work for 18 hours. Shrimp and beef fajitas, fuck you. You can't just tease me like that. I've completely lost, like, any desire to do any real cooking. Just purely because, like, without going into too many details, I'm fucking tired of living here. And cooking just requires me staring at this apartment. And I'm, like, half packed up and ready to move already. And it's like, I have to partially unpack shit to be able to cook. Still in 2-week vacation. Still got three days left. Well, okay, fine. Fine, then. Well, that's going to take a while. We'll just let them do that. Where my vampire at? What are you trying to do? Trying to store item in stockpile. Ah. It's that you're trying to store in stockpile. Damn! It seems that our vampire can go get some new clothing, but he keeps getting distracted by something. If only I knew what was actually distracting him, life would be so much easier right now. But genuinely, I have no idea. Like, it keeps short-circuiting his brain, whatever it is. What did I just forbid? What? That's... Huh. Did you know that if you forbid a chain, the forbidding icon appears way up on the right? Anyway, the broker meets with the human chief treasurer, and we ask for wood. And they wanted armor, so I should sell them armor. That seems kind of fucky. I don't know. Also, I wonder... Man. Yeah, I'm not going to give them lapis lazulis. Those are mine. I keep those. I got to be a hoarder of something, you know, and if I'm when I'm a dwarf, that's generally gems. Generally, those are gems. Stupid calf. Let's eat that. Hey, squad's fat. They let the squad out. That's good. So you over here is hungry. What's up, Lyle the Bard? How's things? You know, you're not wrong. It must be chains must be considered workshops. That has to be right. There's nothing else it could possibly be. So what are you trying to store in a stockpile? This is so perplexing. Just gonna forbid everything. See if you stop. So whatever it is, that makes you stop. I guess I'll just get rid of this. Bizarre, man. That's the issue. Because you're trying to give water. It's so adorable that the vampire is trying to give water to his food. You love that I'm still here? Yeah. I'm trying to convince myself to, like, not work too much today, but there is part of me that's trying to. Because like I was sort of talking about earlier, I've been pretty burnt out. Especially since the holidays ended. Gotta fatten him up. He's a snail. How much more do you want him to be fattened up by? All right, well, I'll bring sheets of paper. Buy the leaves and fruit. Don't need the plants. I'll buy the fish. And I'll buy as much of the meat as I can, which isn't going to be much, but... Actually, maybe more than I expected. There we go. Just bought some milkless oat cheese. I really like oat cheese. It's not cheese, but it is tasty. It's a good sandwich addition. And I like interesting good sandwich additions. Which is much better than a sandwich subtraction, frankly. Although, I don't know about you guys, but I'm a bit of a fan of sandwich division. Okay, you gotta divide your sandwiches so that you can properly conquer. This sentence makes no sense. You're feeling downright crispy. Yeah, no, I mean, I've been a little snappy the past few streams as well. Like, I know, like, there's no such thing really as an excuse for that sort of thing, but at the same time, it's like, guys, for lack of a better term, your boy here is exhausted. And stressed and just wants to be done with fucking moving. So... I mean, it's just vegan cheese replacement. That's all it is. That's all oat cheese is. A lot of that stuff's made with soy, though. There you go. He finally decided to pick up the new equipment. Look at that, see? You also picked up the better pickaxe, which is also good. Okay, just double making sure that the question in YouTube chat got cleared, which it looks like it did. Let's get you to do these walls at some point. When you sleep. Take nap, please. Some migrants have arrived. I guess I just need to check where the migrants are now to make sure that they can actually make it into the fort. I've also got 2 more tantrums happening, but I'm not seeing any crimes getting reported. In recent memory, there was a Reuben that I had at a little cafe. I went there with my dad. I'm not going to say where it was. And it was particularly good. Outside of that, Although for me, it's always going to be whatever was the most recent Reuben I had, because I just happen to really like Reubens. Reubens are very good. Ooh, nope. No, 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 no. And nope. No, 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 no. Although, I kind of realize I've screwed up this uniform setup. Because I should be telling them to use any choice melee, not any choice ranged, which right now they're using any choice ranged. Shout out to this dwarf running around almost naked. Trying to get his gear. Same with you here. But yeah, it was a sourdough, marbled sourdough Reuben. I'm just a big fan of Reubens. Reubens are very good. Anyway, down here, let's do all of my boars and sows. Also going to dig out another one up here. Fill this up with dogs. Leftover sandwiches. Yeah, I don't know what kind of life most of you chat live, but I live alone. So I cook enough for myself when I need it, for what I need. I literally never have leftovers. I have leftovers after Christmas and after Thanksgiving, and that's for my parents, and that's it. Like, leftovers might as well not exist in my existence. It used to, but not in the last long ass time. Let's just get you fed and maybe unchained even. The only time you have time for leftovers is when you get a bit carried away with stir fry and you cook too much. Yeah, I'm not too dissimilar from that. Can you have a performer with a beard? I don't think I have a single performer. Well, I have one performer. I don't want another performer. Performers give alcohol to dwarves and cause fights. I really don't want more than one, and I already have one. Can we do something else? I could do like a tavern performer maybe, or a non-tavern performer, so like a temple performer. Something like around here. Bards are like not a positive thing to have in your fortress. It's just like, you know, the jokey thing. Like I could give you Bambool if you want. They're also not wise to have in temples, but that's a different discussion, Elfie. Yeah, they're additional tavern keepers. But yeah, Lyle, if you confirm there, I'll roll with this one. All right. Let's go with Bemble, the performer. Burn staves. You're gonna get burned at the stake when you sing too loudly. He lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace. He lives an orderly life, organized and neat. He tends to hang on to grievances and isn't given to fights of fancy. Is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and is running away from something. He's not the type to. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He tends to not reveal any personal information and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors and views competition as a crucial driving force in the world. Likes lay pewter, sardonyx, and green glass, warhammers and helms and crowns, and the sight of the granite hole. Okay. And when possible, prefers to consume pineapple wine. Hates jumping spiders. Is hauling pigtail seeds, has a big family in the fort. Is in love with Eiton, the hammer dwarf. Hasn't killed anybody that we know of. And, is friends with Dominok, the hammer. Probably a good thing. His niece is dead. Rest in peace. Oh yeah, no, they tend to do that. I do also have books now. We do have a total of 5 written objects in the fort. It means I should probably actually make more copper tables and get that number expanded, but... So you're now a Grandmaster Hammer Dwarf, and you're going to start learning Spear soon. I mean, you are a competent Pike Dwarf. I'm sure those skills are transferable, definitely. Or rather, your squad mates are going to be learning Spear soon. Learning striking, improving striking. And then up here, pen pasture. Dog. I also need to slaughter a shit ton of dogs. So he has something to do when they're off duty. That's not a bad idea because when they're off duty, like they don't have to put their armor down to read, which is useful. All right, where the heck are we? I think I'm going to send this squad again. I want to see if I can successfully siege primordial cloud stuff. Is what I want to know. No, it's not. Because I'm already at my maximum FPS. The FPS is capped at 70. So, no. No, it's not going to get me any FPS back because I'm already at the maximum. FPS hasn't gone down yet. I had somebody in YouTube comments relatively recently try to tell me that CPU doesn't, having a better CPU doesn't affect how well Dwarf Fortress runs, and it's like, really? Have you tried having a better CPU? I don't think you have. Whew, this is big wild. Ah. To drown him? Did you put a spike underneath him? Greg Street. I'm not sure if your name's Greg Street or Gregist. Okay, so that is the most... Okay, never mind, I misread that. So this says the unwelcome pungency. I read that as the unwelcome pregnancy. I was like, that's disturbing. Did the composition falter was looted, and the cleft and silkiness was looted. Also, common sense fort is getting put away. But I don't know. If you have to ask me that question, and by that question I mean, if you have to ask me if you are the bad guy, I think you already know the answer to the question. Ah. Well, then in that case, no, you're not the bad guy. You were very close to being the bad guy, but not quite. Do you want to know why? It's a very simple answer to that. How's the stream been? Been all right. No complaints. How's your afternoon been? Failed former bad guy. Yeah, I mean, not in fact that bad. Could have been, should have been, would have been. Unfortunately, isn't. Good intense 7 hours of Magic the Gathering. Well, that's good, I guess. Wouldn't it be fun if you guys were in the same place? Stuff like that's happened before. I'm pretty sure you're still alive, yeah. We haven't had that many deaths. I mean, we've had a few. I'm kind of letting some crimes get out of hand right now so that I can feed my vampire, but that's, you know, unrelated. Yep, you're still around. Currently constructing a building. Currently I am. Usually I set the vampire on fire and watch as they die and laugh maniacally. That sounds unfun, Frozen Leaf. No, you would have been a bad guy if you'd put a spike underneath him, connected the spike to a lever, then pulled the lever a couple of times to impale him once or twice so that he starts bleeding, the vampire. And then forbid all of your alcohol and let the dwarves drink from the water supply. That would make you evil. But you didn't do that, so you're not evil. You did the right thing. You imprison your vampire. Otherwise, you would have a vampire fortress, at which point I would say, you're pretty evil. That, or not evil and instead just a masochist, because it's really difficult to play a vampire fortress. Have I ever tried it? The vampire in my fort is successfully separated from the rest of my fort. Have I ever tried it? No, never. I've never once tried to separate a vampire from the rest of the fortress. Although, I'll be honest, the longer I stare at this fort, the more I'm kind of considering just turning a bunch of my dwarves into vampires. What makes it hard to play a vampire fort? Chat, do you want to explain it? I've explained it like a dozen times today. I mean, I could just do it, and then you guys would see. Why don't we? Why don't we? Why don't we? You never tried a vampire fort, so you don't know? I almost fed you to this vampire, Arthur. Chat said no. You were in prison. And I was like, well, and their chat's like, well, what did he do? I'm like, mayor's production order. And then Butch, who's the mayor in chat, was like, yeah, definitely feed him to the vampire. I'm like, chat, should we feed him to the vampire? And the chat's like, that's not a crime. That's not a good spot for this. Let's do this instead. Well, actually, no, before I do that, let's do this. Yeah, it was a bug which was fixed. Yep. It's now properly hard to find vampires. Vampires were blue for like a year until I literally told Tarn on stream. I was like, so vampires are blue. And he was like, what? Honestly, maybe one of the highlights of my streaming career. Although I do kind of feel bad about the fact that I literally told the developer of a video game that his game was broken live on a live stream, because I tried to report it like 5 or 6 times. Like I sent screenshots and it just like somehow never registered as like the issue that I was having or that we discovered. And it's like kind of absurd. Actually, this would be the way to do this. It's poor dwarf. You're now stuck and can't get to it. Who are you? It's Insane Killer. Well, we'll have to let you dig out. Maybe Insane Killer's in on it. Mine died of FPS death as 30 vampires tried to eat the last non-vampire. Sorry, that's just really funny. 30 in YouTube chat, it says that the last fort died when every single like vampire, every single living vampire tried to kill the one remaining non-vamp. That's very fucking funny. Like I feel like I shouldn't laugh at that, but that is really funny. Like truly, that is hysterical. You can. It just generally doesn't work. In regards to sending dwarves to go recollect stuff that's been stolen. It's like you can, it just usually won't get it. Because they don't usually know where it is. It's because that's the sort of thing you're supposed to go do in adventure mode, right? You're really kind of supposed to go reacquire items in adventure mode. Not in fort mode. The vampire is hatching his plan. His great plan. Vampy, where are you? Oh, I see. You're gonna go get the door. But I think the reason that stuff doesn't work in fort mode is because that feature is, like, not finished, right? Like, the entirety of... Well, not the entire... Not all of the villains' stuff is in the game yet. There's a lot of stuff that was started, worked, and half finished before premium work started. Like, this conversation that I had a million times during the development of premium for Steam Edition was, like, people saying that they really, you know, Dwarf Fortress should be developed quick, like, it needs to come out faster. It's like, well, you do realize that those of us that were playing the whole time, like, didn't have access to an entire mode because Tarn stopped, or didn't really have a completed version of a finished feature because Tarn stopped working on it to go work on something completely unrelated, which was the Steam version, for the better part of a year, which, like, that's, you know, it kind of sucks, right? Like, you're just sitting here going, like, everybody's waiting on this one feature, which is premium, and the rest of us are all sitting here going, well, we haven't seen a new feature in 3 years. And also, the last one we got was half finished. So a lot of that stuff is just unfinished. Is he an ancient vampire? No, not really. Not really. I mean, what is he good at? He's an adequate miner. He's a proficient writer. He was once a good negotiator, but he hasn't spoke with anybody in a while. Currently, he's hatching a plan to destroy this fortress. Hatching another vampire? Vampires don't hatch. So, no, not really. I mean, when we're... Can someone, like, help me out here and remind me when guild halls were added? I want to say it was, like, 20... It was, like, either the last patch or the second to last patch that we got before premium was out. Like, done. You know, this would be quicker if I just did it this way. Push for quick releases? You mean like the majority of the game, like, playing community in the current year? I mean, the easy thing to say is thanks, Fortnite. I have one that is capable of force push and another one that's capable of shooting lightning bolts out of your hands in this fort currently. I had an adventurer with 2 force pushes, which was so OP I could just, like, stun lock a guy on a wall, which was pretty great because by the time one would run out, the other one would hit. which was pretty fucking busted, to be honest. But yeah, any of the pre-existing powers that intelligent undead can do are now accessible by those items, basically. So force push, force pull, cause pain, I think stun, shoot lightning, or not shoot lightning, shoot, I'm just thinking Star Wars, sorry. Shoot ice bolts, that sort of thing. So we'll let him work on those. You'll get those done. Wait, what? Why is there Beetle in here? What'd you do, McBeetle? Violation of production order? What production order am I failing? Oh, my mayor wants backpacks. Right, okay. Let's just do 3 backpacks a season then. Easily enoughs. Shall I get out the Book of Grudges? The book of Grudges would be, I would presume, just be the list of unfinished features that all of the OG Wiki scrollers have. And, like, forum posters. Speaking of OG Dwarf Fortress members, there was a post that showed up on my Discord relatively recently, Clino, from an individual that stated that you're not truly a member of the Dwarf Fortress community if you don't have an account on the forums. Should we tell him that I don't know the password to the account on my phone? This is like the most tempted I've been to like go recover my account password in a very long time, so I can be like, well, I guess I'm not a member of the community. Tavern games will be right. I unironically want tavern games so fucking bad, man. I do have an account. I've never posted. Like, ever. Have you tried the new Legends viewer? Because it works pretty well. It works completely differently and it runs in a browser. But it does work. It has most of the old features. Everybody's like sitting there going, I want the old Legends viewer back. Well, I think somebody made a new one. Yeah, it's called Legends Viewer, but it runs in like a web browser now, and it loads like the same export files because the export button's been there for a bit. It's just a matter of somebody updating it. I thought about making a video about it, but I'm not like even remotely versed in Legends Viewer to begin with, so it's just not a tool I ever really used back in the day. This dwarf has a pretty badass scar, I'm not gonna lie. That being said, you should probably get eaten. I just don't want this guy here. I don't want my beetle to get in trouble. Okay, so if you fall asleep, I will let Vampy eat you. Because that's 2. You're working on the 3rd one. Okay, so what I'm going to do... Crud. Got no weapon I can use. Let's do this. We'll put a spear right there. You don't need DF hack. Go to Legends and click the Export XML button. You don't need DF hack to export XML. It's in Legends mode. Okay. Ast, the woodcrafter, has created Enegutid Distadastovut, an alder runstiz, and claims it as a family heirloom. If it's a buildable instrument, I will just place it. It is not. I will let that just go into the drum, into the thing. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with alder, cowbone, and encircled with bands of walnut wood, platinum, and table-cut green diamonds. This object menaces with spikes of andesite. On the item is an image of Charskald, the languishing manor, the tetrahedrite ring, and black zircon. On the item is an image of 2 coffee trees in andesite. On the item is an image of Atir Lancer Ring, the dwarf, and dwarves in granite. Atir Lancer Ring is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to Atir being appointed to the position of king of the Knowing Theater of 230. The Rontiz is a small handheld percussion instrument. Nifty. We made a drum. It's starting to look good. I need to do something with down here, but yeah, it is starting to look good. I'm thinking this might turn into a big, like, either the top half of a machine of some sort, or a, what do you call it? Jasper stumbling around obliviously. Or if not like that kind of thing, maybe it's like a, I don't know. I'll figure something out. I'll figure something out. Okay, so that's coming along. Spear is there. Musical instruments. Get it over here. What item on display? There we go, Burr. This head mark bears the mark of a massive jagged scar. That's what that dot is there. Nifty. Okay, let's get you cleared. It feels like cheating. It's not. There's disadvantages to volcano forts. Of course, the advantages are easier for most people to spot, but trust me, they're not cheating. So my whole, like, headcanon here is that the vampire has come up with this plan and is the one enacting it. Often have disappointing caverns. They usually don't have flux stone. So for all those people trying to get their hands on steel, volcano forts are difficult for that because of the natural rocks that occur. Are you talking about my game, Tuna, in YouTube chat? This is vanilla. So I had to swing up here to listen to some music for a little bit. We'll say he is real strong. Man, could you imagine just being that far away from a bed? Just be like, man, it's right there. If you fall asleep, though. If I spot you sleeping. The Forgotten Beast, Ibruckudum, the towering skinless theropod, has come. Its eyes glow aqua. Beware its deadly spittle. So where is it? Oh, okay. It's far away. The ashen mucuses. Ugh. Gnarly. Vampires are terrible bookkeepers, but That's all I have to say. There's much better uses for vampires. Pigtail cloaks. Well, we've definitely got that surplus of cloaks that I was saying that we may end up with, so... The reason they're not great bookkeepers is if they're not actively consuming your dwarves, they very quickly start getting debuffs, and their counts get less accurate. So unless you're actively feeding dwarves to them, their counts become worse. Yeah, that's how I made this fort so badass. With this. It's the greatest bug ever, and I hope they never fix it, Clay. Like, it's phenomenal. I mean, look at this. That's so fucking cool. Like, this was just a giant, like, sloped hill, basically. Which is now just full of these glacier caves, which is one of the coolest fucking things I've ever seen. So, yeah, I hope they never fix it. It was really annoying listening to the constant clicking for the first few hours, but it's mostly gone at this point. Now it's just cool looking. Yeah, it was something I did intentionally too. I think that if you're expecting it, it's cool, but if you're not expecting it, yeah, it can be kind of annoying. I still maintain though that it's my favorite unintended feature, and I hope they don't fix it. I hope they find some way to integrate it better, if that makes any sense. Okay, so my vampire's telling a story? What story? But the hammer... Okay, this is too good. Clearly the vampire is conveying his plan. He's telling the hammerer a story, chat. I mean, there's a feature I really want to return from old 2D DF, and that's seasonal flooding. So, like, seasonal flooding in, like, maybe every 3 to 7 years or something, a volcano erupting. Yeah, I'd be done. In the mid-spring of 308, the Turquoise Company formed in Winterthrone, which is a guild. That's dope. People are basically trustworthy. Wow! What the hell? The creative impulse is so valuable. He's creatively trying to destroy this fortress by making everybody into vampires. And Dominoc's just like, basically trustworthy. Beautiful warrior is a skilled warrior is a beautiful sight to behold. Oh boy, were you shocked when the volcano was erupting when you got back? Yeah, usually trying to fix things by retiring and unretiring is a bad idea. Not to say you can't do it, and not to say that it won't fix things. It sometimes does, but... Man, that's dope. Got some rotten dog meat roasts. So I'm now 100% in the headcanon mode that he just explained to the Hammerer what he's doing. And now the Hammerer's in on it. Don't mind all the cheetahs, okay? Oh, the other thing I gotta do is I gotta go up to here. Okay, I already did that. The only problem is this might kill him. That's the only issue with this. Is this may actually kill him. But if I save before we go through with it, then it'll be safe-ish. All Hammerers are bastards. Pretty much, yeah. And the vampire go down here. Builds that. Now let's link it to the trigger. And put an additional wall piece right there. So now he's linking buildings to trigger. So basically what I'm doing is I'm setting up a pit that can be filled with water. I'm going to lock him in that one room, in that door. And then I'm going to get the dwarves above him to open up the ceiling and build a well above him. Okay? Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to stab him with that spike by pulling that lever, which is going to mix the blood with his water, with the water, resulting in me having vampire bloody water. If dwarves ingest that, they become a vampire. That's what I'm doing. I mean, did you see the video I just made? I'm just slightly altering their diet, okay? I'm not, like, ruining that many lives here. Then what we'll need... Oh, I looked down and I was somewhere I was not expecting to be. I was like, how'd you get there? He's up here listening to poetry. Look at that. Okay, so he shouldn't be able to climb out of this. And then I need a chain. Well, that's easy. Let's say silver chain. Sure, why not 10? Let's instead do 3. Although what we can do while we're waiting is I could tell him to go stand here and see if he will. Although first he has to finish telling his story, which he just finished. Now he's socializing. I may have to remove him from this area. Have we had any goblin invasions? Yeah, one that I killed not too long ago. Although I've been kind of intentionally keeping those mild for the fact that I don't really want to have to deal with them until I'm set up and prepared for it. And I'm not really yet, but that's mostly just, like, you know, me being slow. Okay, well, let's just say that it was funny because I can't actually remember who it was. Somebody the other day yesterday asked me what the last truly evil fortress I played was. I was like, well, every single one I've made a video out of, basically. It's like, well, Godly Tombs is kind of evil because we're like enslaving our own as like weapons of mass destruction by the end. Like Gore Tusk was literally a suicide cult. Cog is definitely not a nice individual. And now I'm about to forbid all of my booze. In fact, why don't we start doing that right now? Now let's wait. We got time. Although I do need to get you out of here. I will make this into a single tile of temple. Go pray. You don't want to pray? Okay, how about thinking abstractly? Something's collapsed on the surface, that's fine. Food's rotten again. Dude. Did you hear the one about the pythons and the forgotten beasts? No, I didn't. Is it snaking its way into your brain? Actually, kind of. Oh, actually, I know where he's going. Yeah, he's going up this way. If you want to see a crazy goblin invasion, go watch the end of Gore Tusk. That fort was something else by the end. Like, holy shit. Actually, I wonder if I have to lower this spike. He may not be able to stand on it. Oh, no, he is. Perfect. Done! So he's pondering reproductive behavior, and I'm about to stab him with a giant spear. Something about this is kind of wrong. But before I can do that, we have to, do this. Just remember, chat, you're not evil until, well... Just gonna wait for this to run through. If anything interesting starts happening, I will pause game. Because we're in an ad break currently. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So he's now 2 of 7 deep. Actually, I think I need to let him out of this briefly. Because he's covered in Kikros blood. He's now standing in a puddle of the wrong dwarf's blood. And this might not work if there's the wrong type of... Okay, hold on. Let's just go open the door there, dwarf. Okay. Okay, go up here, mate. There you go. Okay. There we go. We've cleaned up the other blood. Okay, so now we get you to go back down here. Just gotta redo it. We'll get there, don't worry. A smart dwarf. Define smart. Come on, dwarf. Please. A dwarf that studies. Okay. I don't have any unnamed scholars. Do you have any second choices? I don't really want to have another scholar because we're not really running that industry right now. It's not a super beneficial thing. I'll do it if you insist, but I'd prefer not to currently. A warrior? Okay. Let's go for, do you want a dwarf with a beard or no beard? Beard? Okay. Kind of screwed this up a little bit, but Robotic Cow is pulley chewed, geshood. He has a low sense of self-esteem. He enjoys being in crowds, is very single-minded, and does not often feel lustful. He isn't particularly curious about the world and tends to be passive in discussions. He often feels envious of others and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really mind being outdoors and doesn't really care about anything anymore, rather. He personally has a negative view of those who exercise power over others due to experiencing trauma in 308, values hard work and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce and dreams, and values cunning and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. He likes luminite and nickel and smoky quartz, as well as green glass, the color pearl, and low boots. Enormous corkscrews and reindeer for their large herds, in the words of the Umber Mountain, and when possible, prefers to consume adder and guava wine. He can't stand purring maggots. He's got a mum, dad, and a family. No friends, just some passing acquaintances. And is quite happy. Really likes his job. If you type in exclamation point tickets, you'll see how many you have to wager. So I need to... Oopsies. Nuke that. There you go. Then I need to nuke this. There you go. Lock the door. So, he's now standing on top of a retracted spear, on top of water. So, chat, I've got a question. Do we keep this dwarf alive? This vampire? He's also near a waterfall, which he's very happy about. Well, I'm making my fortress into a fortress full of vampires. So the question is, do we kill him, or do I try and let him live? I am, however, going to do a hard save. It's one of those things where you kind of want to do a hard save. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove everybody from the fortress. Tavern. Tavern is going to become empty. With the exception of 2 dwarfs.
Crypt beer.
Because this has to have a good storyline to it now, doesn't it? So we have to make the story good. So what better way to make the story good than to remove everybody from the tavern, lock the doors so that they all go out that door, With the exception of... his accomplices. He's not drowning yet. He's only 5 of 7 deep. He's probably getting some... Actually, I wonder if this is training as swimming. Oh yeah, he's learning to swim. And for the sake of this, I'm going to get rid of the tavern. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to here and I'm going to type in drink. Actually, I don't even need to do that. I just need to forbid all of the drink in here. He just drank out of that well. That's nifty. Well, this whole area is clearing out. I wonder if you're just going to ignore it. Oh, right. I probably have to remove them. The other way I could do this is I could forbid literally all drinkable water sources with the exception of this well. That's the other way I could do this, but... Store owned item. Okay. So now he's down in there. There's mud in there and 4 of 7 water. But what I'm going to do is this. Pull this lever. Somebody now has to come pull this lever. So if I jump down into here, well, it looks like he jumped out of the way of it. Nope, nope. Tears the muscle. Look, see? A spattering of his blood. All right. We did get a tear in there. That's pretty good. Let's see if we can get another hit. No! No climbing. Climbing no allowed. There you go. Fall back down. Perfect. There you go. A smear. Poor guy. Poor guy? He's a mass murderer! What are you talking about, poor guy? Who are you calling poor? He's a bloody murderer. Let's hit it one more time. Okay, spike go down. Spike go up. All right. Now, if he wants, he can smooth this. He's now lost the ability to stand. It destroyed his shirt. And his upper left leg is broken. He's bruised. His kidney's fractured. But this dwarf is feeling pleasure near a very fine well. So now, just like many things we've done so far, we sit here and wait for this dwarf to get thirsty. And there's another thing I need to do here, is I need to go... I want to say it's labor, standing orders, other? Only drink from designated zones, yeah. So now, we just hope that this works. Although, actually, I could do this. This will speed things up a bit. So now we just need this dwarf to get thirsty. Or the hammer dwarf to get thirsty, who is Dominok. Who's up here and breaking the rules for some reason. Dominok, why are you here? You should go be with your wife, Dominok. Oh. Well. The military's gonna break the rules, it seems. Damn it, it didn't fill up with any blood. I don't want to stab him again. That bucket failed me. Because it's just got water, not water laced with blood. It needs water laced with blood. But I'm scared if I stab him again, it'll kill him. Fuck it, let's stab it again. If it kills him, we'll jump back to a save. Because I think we may need more blood. Am I evil enough yet, chat? It's an iron spear. No, training spear wouldn't even penetrate his skin, most likely. I think I need a splatter. Vampires will not eat other vampires. Yeah, see, it's not actually cutting him is the problem. This masterwork iron spear is not, in fact, tough enough, it turns out. Bruising the muscle. And he thinks he's getting laid. Well, he's pondering reproductive behavior. Who knows what he thinks? The thing is, I could let him pray, which would be kind of sadder in a way. There you go. Now he's bleeding. That's what you want. Cool. Perfect. Perfect. Well is dry. I need to dump more water into the well. But the well is dry, so I need to enable this one again, which means they'll just start drinking from this one, which is actually fine, but... Because it's only 2 of 7 deep, it needs to be 3 of 7 to not be dry. So let's just undesignate these dwarves and let them go wherever and just say fill this up. Also, he needs to not clean up his own blood, which could happen. Yeah, it's wild to me that the dots are only in the beta branch. I could have sworn those were in the mainline branch too, but... Come on. Oh, I see, right, duh. There's just a lot of competition for this well, I suppose. There we go, we got somebody filling a pond. Still a pool. Although this is just going to end up with it spreading wildly, uncontrollably, which is kind of not what I want, but... I just need this well to not be dry. That's the problem. My military was sipping from this one. See, like this dwarf who's thirsty? Here, let's just make my life a little easier. There you go. Please fill pond. So I'm having a skim at the chat. What's the question about eating involved? An attack of the munchies? I seem to have missed something. Unrelated. Where the heck did Captain of the Guard go? Okay, so I might just need to just accept that the only way I'm going to do this. Okay, here's how I'm going to do this. I've made my mind up. We're going to wait for them to fill this up. I'm going to unforbid all of this. Except what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this back. Going to build around these dwarves. And just let everybody else go around as normal. Just let everybody else be normal. With this strange well box room. So that I can just lock these dwarves in. Happy to help, Beat Freak. Glad it's been useful to you. Come on, guys. Why book it takes so long it? Do have 2 fill pond jobs happening. There you go. Now this well is operational again. All right, let's just forbid this well. This isn't the most elegant crime I've committed, but hey, it's a crime. I'm committing a crime. All right, now we wait. So how full is this? 4 of 7. Okay. Now I just need this door to be shut. Oh no, you're hungry? Well, that's unfortunate. Can you volunteer to be converted? No! Not yet. Maybe in the future. Just let me get this prototype working. All right, so now I need one of them to get thirsty. And drink from the well. And we'll see if I've done this right. Because he's got a pool of blood. So when they lower the bucket, it should be filled with water laced with blood. Should be. That or I need to stab him again. Which might be unfortunate. And would kind of suck. So now we wait. Now we wait. I have put down a save, a hard save, so the worst that can happen is just have to wait longer. Because I can always go back. You can argue forever. Yeah, now you have all the time for couples therapy that you want. Ironically, they don't really have couples issues. Let's make this back into a tavern. There we go. See? Water laced with Solon's blood. Now I find out if this still works. I am under the presumption that it still works. So, who's ready to find out? Because there's the bucket, which is currently laced with blood. And Bim is going to go take a sip. There you go. Bim is now a vampire. And Bim is the hammerer. Bim isn't going to be accused of any crimes. Why would he be? He's the hammerer. He's in charge. Good luck, Bim. How do we know if it worked? Because his name changed to Vampire by itself and is also now red. And I did nothing. So when you look in the list... Oh, actually, I've got 2. Shit. I'm not actually sure how you became a vampire, but apparently I have 2. He hits even harder now. Yeah, Ustuth. I guess we should get the mayor in on this, eh? And Zalvi, you said that you wanted to volunteer? Anybody else want to volunteer? Amethyst. Oops. Sure, whatever. Doesn't matter where you go. So now, dwarves begin reintegrating back into the fortress. Strange, isn't it? Strange. Now you're imagining vampire dragons. It doesn't quite work that way. Oh. The vile force of darkness has arrived. Kind of tempted to just lock the doors, because I'm kind of busy with something right now. So like a giant could be a vampire, or a gremlin could be a vampire, but animals can't, like a cat can't be a vampire. Basically. I'm also just locking the floors. So mini monsters now in here. Now gonna wait. I'm in an ad break. Can the world be a vampire? The world can't learn. The world knows. Trolls can also be vampires? Yep. Yeah, no, that one makes sense. Kobolds could, theoretically. I don't use any cosmetic mods, no. I don't actually like the way the perspective walls look, personally. They look odd to me. .com. When you turn trolls into were-rhinos. I once built a fort, Vakrak, with the intended purpose of having temples that would get topped with statues in them that would get toppled by trolls in my defense area, in hoping that they would get cursed, but it never seemed to work, and it always kind of made me sad. I don't know. Probably initially a selected few that'll feed and then just say fuck it at some point. Probably the military and the leadership is what I would say. Calreth. Also, Bim is now the proper vampire color. He's no longer hiding his looks. And apparently he feels great. So I suppose that's good. Also, what? Okay. I'm also trying to get some of my squaddies in here. Come on, Amethyst, where are you? Currently, you're meditating on Earth. I prefer to meditate on space, but you know. Or, like, on the moon, maybe? Well, not until she done meditating, I suppose. Mini monster just walked the wrong way. Control. Let's tell you to station specifically right there. There we go. We'll just go with these two then. And now we wait. And see if I've ended up with any other unintended vampires. Nope, just the 3. I guess at some point we should let him out, hey? It's a fine bucket indeed. You need enough so it's a pool. Mako Darkfire. If it's not a pool, then just forbid the water in his water skin so he doesn't drink that instead. All right, now we wait. We just keep waiting. Doesn't feel anything when hungry. Yeah. Can vampires heal from injuries? I might cheat them back to full health, but no. They're the same as other dwarves. So if they don't get tended to in the hospital, then they will just get injured with time. Basically, the dwarves that, air quotes, I think should survive, or that I need / want to have survive, are going to be the ones that I'm going to turn. Because in order for them to actually stay at decent strength capacity, they're going to have to consistently be eating other dwarves. I made friends with mini monsters. Well, at least you two are friends now. Now, drink the fucking Kool-Aid. There you go. Now we're talking. There we go. Now we have another one. So now my captain of the guard is a vampire. And it continues. I didn't actually see. Did you drink that? No, you didn't. God damn it. One of my militia captains has named a shield. Butch is now in here, who's now immediately a vampire, walked in here and drank some water. So Butch is now a vampire. We now have a vampire mayor. Amethyst is now a vampire. Taking all them hot sips. I mean, you know, maybe we'll just do the most of the fortress. For the fucking funs of it. Got another charge in there. Zalvi's coming to drink. Is marked as vampire because the first one was a crime and they're only red if they become a vampire in your fortress. If they didn't become a vampire in your fortress, they don't get marked red. They only get marked red if they became a vampire in your fortress. Now, you on the station, and it's your turn. I mean, I could make the warthog into a vampire. I got nothing against that. It was one of my adventurers, actually. I mean, it would be kind of fun to make the snails and, you know, the snails as well into vampires, because then I could play as vampires. Although, actually, the warthog would be great, because then the warthog would stop causing me problems. By that, I mean getting randomly hungry all the time, because, believe it or not, warthogs are grazers. Warthog people are grazers. Meaning... Just need to lock you in here. Warthog people are grazers. And the reason this is an issue is, he keeps getting thirsty and hungry randomly. It's really fucking annoying. I'm not too familiar with a snail's anatomy. They have a mouth. I just have to get them to drink water. I have a snailman. 2 snailmen left in the fort. The others have died. Be fun having, like, you know... The vampire Solon is fighting. Oh, right, duh. That's the combat log of me stabbing you repeatedly. Now we're just waiting for him to go get a drink. I mean, I did make it into a library and and allowed him to ponder as a scribe, because I figured that was only fair. Also, I just realized that Dominoc's last name is Youthrazor, which is just really funny to me. Nope. They do not need alcohol, Brian Embry. They will, however, need food. Which is gonna get grim. You know what? Let's go a little hog wild here, shall we? Are you filling your water skin with that? Oh, that's great. It's a dangerous place to take a nap, dude. The well is dry. It's kind of fitting who's filling the pond now. Every time with Elf, I include the wooden bin in the tray. Woof. Rip that. There you go. Well is now operational again. Zalvi is now a vampire. I think I already said that one. Actually, let's just put all these squads on off duty. That, or maybe I could put them on, like, defend a specific zone, but just trying to get them to go here. God damn it. I don't want to... Okay, fuck it. As often as they need to. I actually don't know what the interval is. More often than you kind of want them to be honest. Enough to be annoying is what I'll say. Don't stand in the doorway there, dwarf. That's the one rule. Okay. Boom. Done. Everybody in here just gets to become a vampire now. Looks like it's happening. Zunom is now a vampire. QN Green Tea is now a vampire. Come on, Warthog Man. You know you need a sip. You know you need a sip. Oh, instead you're taking a nap. That's very dangerous. Like, very dangerous, mate. Like, maybe the most risky nap you could ever take. In fact, I wouldn't even say that is the most risky nap that you could possibly take. I don't know what a Vulture Bee is, but I'm also not a modder, so... YouTube chat. Come on, dwarfs. Oh, the well is dry. Pfft. Now we just need to get more stuff poured in the well. I also could theoretically let this dwarf out now. So let's see. If I deconstruct this, he can get out. So what I think I'm going to try and do is see if I can deconstruct that. Maybe we can rescue him. I know I'm saying rescue him, but like, that is presuming he can climb out. Okay, so let's remove all the vampires from here. Might as well get the broker up in here. The two snail people. Broker. Snail. Oh, you're going to go fill pond? The well is operational after all. Madame, the militia captain, is taking a turn. There we go, QN green tea. Somehow you've managed to completely dodge this. There you go. We got another one. Eventually, yes, Diamond. This will kill this fortress. But, I'll say this. It'll make it interesting. I mean, we all want an interesting fortress. Right? And besides, who isn't truly horrified and terrified of a vampire cop? I mean, come on. They don't discriminate. There is absolutely no discrimination. It's the nearest person who is sleeping is who they kill. With absolutely no discrimination or logic. I just want to see one of you guys. Okay, so you're going to go drink now. Warthog Man is now a vampire. Which is great. He's never going to become hungry anymore, which is awesome. Well, I mean, he'll be hungry forever, but different kind of hungry, if you know what I'm saying. And the dwarves want a better Craftsdwarf's Guild. Trying to think. How could I help this dwarf out? You know, I'll bet you if I just open this door and let him out, and then just fill this whole thing up with water, it'll still work. It probably won't flow, but I'll also have to lock this door. He's researching. I'll say this. Chat, is this our sacrifice to this fortress, or do we try and help this vampire become assimilated into society? What do we do? I'm going to say it's up to you guys. Do we try and help this dwarf? Or is he our sacrifice for the fortress? Like, is he sacrificing himself for the fortress, or do they try and rescue him now? Because he is still a criminal. By ballista. Wow, that's only specific. Currently, I have them set to save him. Make the gods happy. I mean, he's currently getting rescued by fellow vampire, Ustath. Oh my gosh, that's not what I expected. That also managed to clear the blood. And it's only a spattering now. Okay, so maybe that wasn't the right decision. Well, we could just have a periodic volunteer. We could do it that way. No, it's not. Because it has to be directly where the bucket is. The walls have a spattering of it. Okay. There is a pool there. Maybe if it gets refilled. Hold on. Someone's probably coming to fill it. Yeah, I don't think it's contaminated anymore. Just because of this spot right here. Yeah, no, this is true. We do, in fact, have plenty of vampires to impale. We just need a volunteer now. I'm actually kind of surprised nobody's been eaten yet. Yeah, so there is still quite a bit of his blood, but it's all up on this wall. It's not exactly where we need it. So if I deconstruct this door, would that fix it? Would that cause it to spread around? Bucket went back up. Is it in the buckets? No, I suppose not. Oh, are you just dumping the same water in and out of the well? Oh, you dipshit. You doofus! You goofus. Oh, that's so fucking silly. Just taking the same bucket and then just like filling it up and pouring it back in. That's very funny. It's like, I really respect your attempts here, but yeah, no, it's all on the walls. So I don't think it's going to be much good. All that being said, though, could get washed back in, but I need that pool right there to end up right here. So another thing I could also try and do, I could try and do this. I mean, that is a pretty Dwarf Fortressy effect. And Onul, the planter, is creating an artifact. Problem is, I'm draining my other well to do this. Yeah, okay. So that didn't work. So basically, I need my old volunteer here. who's currently resting. I'll need a volunteer. So what I'm going to do then is this. Remake his zone. And we'll put somebody new in it. And I will say, well, how about we put Eustace into there? And now we wait. Who's currently planting seeds? You're going to stop. Let's see. Are you going to be a good vampire? Seems like it. Oh, look at this. We got plenty of vampires and dwarves in prison already. Excellent. So now we just need to wait for them to refill the well. And also, you know. Wait for you to do the thing. And then stand there like a good dwarf. Although more specifically, I could just do it this way. And then you should be right there. So go stand in your library, dwarf. Please. 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 It's very simple. Or don't. Okay, you're not gonna plant seeds, I'm telling you. I know you want to plant seeds, but you're not gonna do it. There you go. Now you're standing in the right place. And so that puts this fort into a very different predicament. I'm still going to try and complete that goal that we set kind of at the start of the stream, where I was saying that I'm going to try and, you know, how do I word this? Take over that location, take back Winterhearth. But, I don't know, chat. I'd like to see some spam. Post the emote that you think best describes the crimes that I'm committing here. I'd like to see a bunch of it. Because we're now beginning again. Which one? Yeah, that's one way to put it. We've now got a spattering of blood. Here we go again. You know, I haven't seen anybody use my stab emote long enough that I forgot it was there. There is no reason or positive or good idea or situation where you should ever have werebeasts in your army. They will simply kill the other werebeasts in your own army when they turn. That is the fastest way to kill your own military. They are hostile to each other and everybody else. Do not have were creatures in your military. Okay, so I think I may have cut his arm off. Okay, so he did sacrifice a hand for this and is bleeding heavily and is now doing his best to escape. Is faint. Isn't dead, however. And his blood is still there. So I'm going to remove this and kill that burrow and say that your sacrifice, dwarf, is greatly appreciated. And if you can move, you should venture to safety. No, what? Oh, that's frustrating.
Crypt beer to the well of vampiric immortality.
It's kind of just booze everywhere. Like, what the fuck's going on up here? Somebody puking up in here? Like, what happened? Guess we're gonna have to get used to that. Very annoyed by this. Although I wonder. Did somebody go outside? No. No, that was just the combat log of the spike going in and out of my vampire. I do wonder, though. Okay, here I was hoping maybe that arm would output more blood, but no. That's a bloody shame. Eustace, we're going to have to send you back in, unfortunately. But for right now, let's just pause this well. Because if anybody... The planter, Onul, has created Ukur Batan, a sleek honey badger leather mask. Ooh. And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Moses Leopard Staff. I feel like that should be a captain of the guard thing if they can use it, but I don't think they can use it because it's sleek. So that's a bit of a shame. Still going to give it to the captain. It's just such a disappointment that, like, it's splattered to the sides. So now I wonder... Yes! Look at this. Mini monster here has some water which is laced with Solon Relic Beauty's blood. That's some of the expensive stuff. So whenever he decides to drink, which I'm sure he will, from his flask, that'll be enough. Well, it needs to pool. Splattering isn't enough. I'm presuming you're going to go pick up the same flask, right? So I'm pretty sure they keep their same uniform items down to the T. Yeah, there it is. All right. Well, we now have what? 10 vampires in the fort? Something like that? And for some reason, the militia commanders are going to get kind of a bit more brutal now. Playful Bear and Blazing Iceberg, thanks for the primes for 3 months and 13 months, respectively. Random question from the depths of your ADHD brain. Do magic weapons from adventure mode work in fort mode? That's one of the things I'm trying to figure out in this fort, which I haven't figured out yet. To be completely honest with you, I have not managed to figure that out yet. So I haven't really had a solid opportunity to try them. Wounded? Who's wounded? Oh. The vampire got the shit kicked out of him. Solon. Got the shit kicked out of him by the captain of the guard. Or not the captain of the guard, the hammerer. So they finally gave him his punishment. However, now that he's had his punishment, he should be in the clear. Because it doesn't look like he's going to die. Although, he can't stand. Amongst other things. Hey, chat, can I get a big round of beers for Playful Bear? As well as Blazing Iceberg? Keeping those subs around? Because it really does mean a lot. And you guys are definitely keeping the channel running. But chat room, I think today has been a very productive, but not in the way I planned, day. I mean, we did, in fact, find and stop a vampire. The tavern is full of vomit, which I presume is productive. We're gonna go with it being productive. I'm not entirely positive it truly is, but, you know, we're gonna go with it being productive. And we now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 vampires in the fortress. 3 of which are my militia commanders. And only one of my militia commanders hasn't drank the water yet. It's probably some ethical concern. I've been live for 8 hours, which is more than I normally do on bonus streams. I have to say thank you to everybody who tuned in today and took time to watch the streams. We will be continuing this fucking nightmare, which I guess is becoming a trend with me and my forte. We'll be continuing this fucking nightmare on Tuesday. Did they all show up? The one that I was originally stabbing who got beaten up in prison was the original one. That one showed up. One of them died after getting convicted of their crimes, and then the rest, the ones that are all red, were made in the fortress. I guess what we'll do for this fort is we will try and just slowly convert as many of the dwarves as possible, use them to build super soldiers, and then assault the goblins with vampire super soldiers. After we're done, hopefully, reclaiming that location, then I don't know. I don't really have another end goal. Is just let's see if we can run a vampire fortress. Something I said I would never do. So here we are. Hey, Twitch chat. I'm shutting down the YouTube stream now. YouTube folks, if you want to come raid somebody with us, pop over here onto Twitch. Maybe you'll discover a new Dwarf Fortress stream or something else. Otherwise, I will be live on Tuesday. So take care of yourselves and say something nice to somebody. And chat. Say goodnight to YouTube. Oh, YouTube folks, if you haven't yet, do go leave a comment on the ghost video I made. Please and thank you. And a like. That would also be helpful. Also, thanks for 100 likes on the stream today. Means a lot. Cheers, YouTube.